full 8 rounds of Swift play. So just keep that in mind.
Oh my god. Idol with the flank!
Can't believe I'm saying this, but Barbara Wilson managed to shake things up over here.
The spin cycle, I think. Okay, here it comes. Oh!
Welcome everybody to the grand final.
The reload whiff. However, Shumami with a massive quadruple.
Looks like it's going to be an A execute, and this Guardian pick is going to pay off.
One more round.
He wants it. Oh my god!
Souls, but now they're down by 1 player. Toda finds smokes. 3K on the round. Going for them right now. 1 versus 2.
They're everywhere. Look at that distraction. Oh, the spray! Oh my goodness, the spray! I don't think this is enough though. We'll have to see. Adoru. Oh! Alright, here we are once again. Brownie Val is back, and this time we're in the wonderful world of Lotus. Look at those beautiful flowers in the sky, and look at these wonderful teams. Let Us Cook and Team Soju coming right up in Brownie Val. And hello everyone to the broadcast booth. My name is Browntoll, and we'll introduce the rest of the wonderful staff in just a moment. But here we are. Brownie Val returns. We had a successful one in January after all those test events. A nice one where Roar for Wilson came out in victory, and it was popular enough that a bunch of people said, I want to play in Brownie Val again. And so after a little bit of deliberation, as well as a little bit of tweaks, we're back with 4 brand new teams looking to claim the championship. We'll take a look at everyone involved here right now in our wonderful scene. Look at all those wonderful looking pictures of everyone. Great admins and mods. We have a couple of observers to help us. Our stack of commentators are here. You'll get to see each one of them throughout the day. And then the 4 teams, Egg, Kibble and Bits, Let Us Cook, and Team Soju. You might see a familiar name on there. So I hope you all are looking forward to some wonderful games. Now let's go ahead and take a look at how the first day is going to work. A little bit of a gimmick here, as we see in every Brownie Val tournament. This time, it's the Swift Play part. If y'all don't know, Swift Play is a short game mode in Valorant. You play 4 rounds per half, and whoever has the most rounds wins, just like the original mode. It's just a shorter version. Now, in this tournament, all 4 teams are going to play in a round-robin format, and so 4 attack, 4 defense. They're going to play out all the rounds, okay? This is a very important part, because there are guaranteed 8 rounds. Even if a team is going to win by getting to 5 rounds, it's their best interest to keep winning, because their number of rounds won will factor into a potential tiebreaker. Now, the team that wins the game will get 3 points. If it's a tie, they get 1 point. If they lose, they get no points. If there is a tie in the leaderboard, then it'll come down to the points, then the round wins, the head-to-head matchup, and maybe we'll have some randomness with the coin toss if it's still tied. All maps are available on day 1. We use a custom map system where we get 3 map bands, and then we spin a wheel, and that's the map that you're going to get. So these map bands are going to be interesting. We'll talk with our fellow casters here about it in a little bit. But first, what I want to do is I want to show you these wonderful promo videos for the couple of teams that are coming up. So you all saw earlier that we're going to see Team Soju and Let Us Cook, and to learn a little bit more about them, let's take a look at these wonderful promo videos. Let's start out with Team Tomo, that's Let Us Cook, right now.
My name is Tomo Masu. A bunch of Valorant, some Overwatch, Genshin, and the occasional Apex, you know. I played a bit after beta, and I was like, you know what, I might as well play it, because I was like playing CSGO at the time, so I was like, right up my alley, you know.
Oh my god, do I make this? Do I make it? Oh my god.
I didn't really have a strategy much, I just wanted to invite friends. Some of them did fit into the roles that made the team good, like having Sentinels and Initiator mains.
No, that was definitely just luck, man.
Nah, not luck.
The friendliness that everyone's like welcoming. Yeah, I like that, and everyone just comes and hangs out.
When I first started streaming, Haku was one of the first streamers I actually like gotten close to. And so it was in one of the customs I think she was hosting. And I met Brown through that custom. And he's really, really nice, really respectful.
You will not kill my ally. One enemy remaining.
Like, oh, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this team. Like, I thought of potential people that, you know, I can enjoy yet play the game really well with. But also, like, they're all really good in their own way. So that's also was a factor. I really love all the agents, especially Fade, because she's actually my main. But I really enjoy the factor that it's not like a fast-paced game, and it's more like you can take your time with it, but like have fun.
Oh my. You're insane. I'm close, right? Wait. Oh.
Wait, no way.
Like, good luck. You guys are also really amazing players and captains. I look forward to playing against you guys in the tournament. It'll be really exciting.
And welcome back into our broadcast booth, and let's welcome in a wonderful caster. Zobi is here. How you doing?
Hello. I am here. I am ready. I'm excited. Coming from, watching VCT lock into now casting for Brownie Val. I'm excited. Are you?
I'm super excited. I'm always excited whenever I host a tourney, but I think the most exciting part is just casting in general. Just being able to see wonderful players play their hearts out, especially in a new format that we just talked about a little earlier. What do you think about the Swift Play format?
I mean, I personally have not casted Swift Play yet, so I'm really excited for it. Like, caster's role is to paint, like, a story, so it's almost like we're creating some now short stories, right? And, like, not really having, I won't say a winner, but being able to have ties will also be interesting to see how the story goes. And also just the fact that no team will be kind of eliminated and all of them will make it to the playoff brackets is also kind of fun to me.
Definitely going to be exciting to see who will come out in the top seed. Just a reminder of what the rules are, if we can pull them up. I'm telling myself to pull it up, but I can't find the scene. There it is. Here it is. The rules here. So these rules are a little different. I mean, usually all you care about is winning, and then you move on to the next round. But here it's going to come out down to not just winning, but getting as many rounds as possible. Knowing that Swift Play has a different type of economy, I'm sure the strategy is going to be different than usual.
Yeah, you definitely are forcing basically every round. And, like, I basically never see operators in Swift Play, so it'll be interesting to see if any of those come in, like, like on the last round of a half or something. And I feel like what's nice about this is the fact that, like I said, it's lower stakes during this round robin. It's more a chance to just get some practice with your teams and figure out the strategies of the other teams before you go into that playoff bracket, where you will be, like, the single elimination style.
So when we take a look at the the players here, which would be over here, when we take a look, so Team Soju also has another player that will be playing, as you probably see the chat already, the one and only Mr. Kavian Koi. I know you've done some research on Team Soju. And we were talking about it a little earlier. It seems like it's quite fortunate that they have someone like Kavian, especially as a controller main.
Yeah, I just like was basically looking at like the agents that like all the players, including the substitute players, have kind of played in their acts over the years, you know? And like it seemed like they would be able to be a very similar agent pool. You know, I can read the agents off to you. Like Surya would play Sage, Viper, Reyna, Skye, Sova, and Brim, versus Koi was Jet, Sage, Viper, Chamber, Omen. So I'm expecting to see like them fill as that Viper, that Omen as a controller. But you know, I've never seen these teams play, so I could be completely wrong. And either way, I think it's a great substitute. It's a very similar agent pool, and I think they'll fit right in.
Now, when we look at Let Us Cook, I know Tomo was very, very excited to create his team. But I also have learned recently that today is Tomo's birthday. So happy birthday to Tomo. And he decided that he was going to make his friends play, and he will not be eligible to play in the tournament. But this is his birthday present, watching his team cook. And when you look at the players, some familiar, some not as familiar. I know Saikuna is the designated captain here. He's very popular, but overall, it seems like they're ready to get cooking.
Exactly, and I hope they do, you know?
That makes me hungry now. I know the one thing that's very hungry right now is the VCT broadcast going on, which I'm like trying to keep an eye on.
What's the score? 11-4. Fnatic's still in it.
Yeah, we got it. 11-4. Okay, so 11-4. we might as well just be casting VCT while we wait for us to get this lobby set up. But we're we're
I feel
super
like we can
excited.
talk about like I feel like I'm excited to see Let Us Cook's team comp, because like outside of so we talked about how like even though Team Soju has a substitute player, they're still gonna have a very well-rounded team comp. You know, what I expect to see is Sujina on maybe an initiator, like I said, Koi on that controller. Looks like Chiki will be a duelist and Anissa will be like a sentinel, and then Kevin will be either a duelist or an initiator depending on the map. But when you go over to Let Us Cook, like there was a lot of duelists mains in that pool. So depending on the map, it would be really funny to see 5 duelists around. Brownie.
And speaking of the map, it looks like it will be Icebox, and Icebox is going to be very. It's I've always known for it by the verticality. The verticality was always a problem for me. It's also a very, very blue map, but an interesting first map selection here with the randomizer.
Yeah. I can definitely say this is a map where I have seen 5 duelists work, mainly because I have been on both the receiving end of getting crushed by a 5 duelist team, and then also been, you know, the fighters that used it to beat another team's ego. And so it'll be interesting to see if Let Us Cook decides to go that route. But regardless, you know, Brownie, I'm so privileged to be your color caster in the one game you'll be casting for this tournament, and I think you're gonna do an amazing job.
Okay, so there you see the light-ups on your screen. Remember, it's Swift Play. You'll notice on the top right of the screen, Swift Play mode. And what's also important is that all the rounds will be played out. So remember to keep that in mind. Gosh, I'm like so excited just looking at that. Swift Play competitive tourney. Ooh. Mm-hmm. I don't know, there's this, and then there's VCT. So many exciting things. I need to drink some water.
You're swapping printing a million tabs, I bet, Brownie. Are we ready, you think?
All right.
Are the viewers ready?
I'm not sure. They definitely can gamble with their channel points. I know there was a poll that was posted recently in the chat. If you all want to vote on which team's going to win, you have a couple of options here. And I was thinking about this as we were getting started with this tournament, that I have absolutely no idea what the comp actually is going to be at the end of the day. Like, you know, if you just play Swift Play casually, then everything's all right. If if you get into this competitive mode, suddenly you're thinking about what are some strategies to win as many rounds as possible with the limited time that you have. You'll never really know. But then again, this is a for fun tourney. Certainly these players will just learn to have fun. Remember, everyone just moves on to the next round anyway, so it's just a matter of how much they really want to fight for that number 1 seed for that bye to the grand finals. Okay, looks like we are prepared here, so we can get started shortly. Brownto and Zobi on hand in Brownie Val Swifty Showdown. Should be Icebox here on Central servers, Texas. Game 1 out of 6 for today. And I think we just lost Zobi. So we'll have to pause for a little bit as we wait for that. I think we got too excited for for the VCT that's going on right now. So we'll let Zobi prepare real quick. And y'all give updates on VCT and the Twitch chat, okay? Because we know how big that game is going to be. The reverse sweep is possible. Go ahead and have everyone just spam in the chat who you want to win in this game right here. Will it be the Team Soju or Let Us Cook? And don't forget to use Brownie Val hashtag. By the way, if y'all want to clip stuff on this channel, you do have to follow this channel. It is a bot protection thing, so you have to follow for at least 10 minutes in order to clip something. Might as well try to follow now and then refresh the page in 10 minutes, and we'll get things situated, and we will roll in from there. As you heard a little earlier, as we take a look back at the couple of teams that are playing, later on you'll see Egg and Kibbles and Bits, and we were actually joking earlier with together how Kibbles and Bits has that captain that only plays Neon, and this could be very useful information. How do you stop a fast running Neon? But you know, Kibble being a specialist on that character could be really, really huge for them. I mean, that movement in a swift play environment can be very, very fast. And you know, when we look at Caitlyn, I know that she loves that Reyna. They've had a couple of strats earlier. We have to see if they will pay off here. But we'll see it in the next matchup coming up shortly after. Okay, Zobi, are you there? Have we fixed it? I see they're deafening and undeafening. But oh dear, yeah, this seems to be, we'll have to resolve this issue shortly. See if we can do some live troubleshooting to make sure that Zobi's available. And technology can be tough. You know, sometimes it's like you do some magical things. And with technology, and sometimes it just things kind of switch on you. Oh, here it is. Zobi is here. There you are.
Oh, I can't now.
Oh,
wait,
I
can't hear
and now we lost them. Oh.
Give me a sec.
Okay, we'll recover shortly. Here's the lobby again for those that want to look at the players. Look at this Pengu matching.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm like a million bees in chat too. I do not know. My mic just completely reset itself. And
you sound a little more echoey here. Like you're in a massive chamber.
I can fix that.
You sound great though.
Do I sound echoey? Really? Wait.
You sound okay. You don't sound like what you were before the mic reset. But...
I know why. Ready? Watch this.
Yes.
Is it better now?
Oh, you're a lot softer, but yes.
I knew it. I fixed it.
It's the webcam mic, is it?
I think it was. And now it's back to the that quadcast, the good mic.
Yes, indeed.
Just giving our players time to cook, giving Let Us Cook time to cook.
I know, and you just gave Team Soju and Let Us Cook a chance to change their avatars, except for Chalk. I'm not sure what the memo was there.
Chalk.
Maybe it's because it was Tomo's birthday, so you got to give a cake for Tomo. But there you have it on there.
They're singing happy birthday, yeah.
Okay, looks like we're ready to start. Let's see if the admins will get prepared to start the game. Remember, if it's a tie, the game ends in a tie. So you got to keep that in mind. 8 rounds will be played, attack and defense. So 8 guaranteed rounds of Valorant is something you don't get all the time. Actually, you do get it all the time. What am I saying? In every game, it ends at 13, so you at least play 13 rounds. But really excited to see them go. Okay, can we get an update on the VCT score in the chat?
Wait, I didn't check it.
Apparently, there's a great comeback happening. It's now at 8. Yes, 8-11. It is now 8-11. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh dear.
Either way, we can try, you know, talking more about, you know, Icebox and like what we think's gonna happen, right?
Yeah, I was talking a little bit earlier about the other teams as well. But when you look at Icebox, and you know, every time there's a new map that comes out, players are a little iffy. Sometimes I don't want to learn a new map, or it's just a bad map. Initially, it really was the verticality that was a problem, as well as the B site. I mean, once they changed the angle of that yellow box, it was a little bit easier to get on. But I feel like I have a very hard time taking control unless I just go through A. I don't know how you approach Icebox here on the attacking side.
I mean, I'm a Sentinel main, so I usually am either not approaching the site until later in the round, or I'm, you know, lurking through mid and being able to be that, like, that flank player as I hold down, basically making sure nobody's coming from garage when we're on the attacking side. So I don't have much experience in that front, I feel like. But I feel like no matter what happens, like, they just need to be able to have good control over mid on both the attack or the defensive side, and whoever wins that control basically will control the momentum of the round. You know, like I said, if you control mid, you control the rotates. If you're hitting B, you are able to get that flank into A, you know, near screens. And if you're a defender and you're controlling mid, then you kind of stop that aggression, you stop any kind of sandwich attempts that you have when a team is playing their post plant. And like I said, if they go 5 duelists, it'll be definitely hard on the side of Team Soju to manage that mid control, especially if they're hitting it very aggressively, versus, you know, if they have like a typical team comp, then they might be able to spread out that util effectively.
Now, I also play Killjoy the most on any map, and I love all those turret lineups on A side to see who's coming in from main, using the swarm grenades to slow them down, especially with the tight areas that you have to walk through. It really is a maze when you call it maze. It's a maze trying to get onto site, and then you have to deal with those swarm grenades in the tiniest nooks and crannies. Oh man.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think there's any KJ mains among these two teams unless we see Anissa. Unless Anissa might be your girl for that. That's like her second most played agent. So if there is a Sentinel for Team Soju, I think it'll be her. And I hope we see those lineups. You know, I discovered the Molly lineups for default on the A site when you're attacking, and then like you said, like you can either use those mollies and that like alarm bot to control maze or to control like the entry into default, which is pretty nice. And the only way to really eliminate that is like the Sage Wall across for 10.
Okay, looks like we are ready. Yeah, let's take a look. Here we go. Let's get a reminder of who the teams are. Let Us Cook and Team Soju here. And here we go.
Ooh. I'm just trying to see if my predictions were right as we go into this agent select so that we can then, you know, analyze them a little bit here.
You know, Zobi, I've neglected to mention about controllers because I do play some controllers now and then, and Viper I know is a very popular option on Icebox, especially since you can split the sights in half.
Whenever I play control on this map, it's definitely Viper. But we have seen, like, obviously the other controls be very viable. You know, we're seeing, like, Kirato hover over a few different ones. I saw the Harbor come up, which has been an increasing pick. Like, I've seen him picked so much, like, in Challengers and, like, VCT Lock-In recently that I'm like, huh, if you pair him with another controller, it's kind of overpowered, not gonna lie. But I do want to point out that I said Sujin would be an initiator, their hovering fade. I said that Surya, would be, or wait, sorry, the one that's gone. I said Koi would probably be, and they're kind of baiting us. I said Anissa would be, or that's Aloe. Anissa would be
choose your agent.
But they're on the Reyna. So, and Chiki's also on a duelist. So I feel like I wasn't too far off. You know, some were accurate, some were inaccurate, and same on the side of Let Us Cook. I'm not seeing the five duelists though, Brownie. Proud.
Karito, Mr. KB, and Koi has decided on Jet after rotating through every agent not named Jet. I mean, they have Sujin on the Viper now. Yeah, so we saw in the promotional video that Sujin really loves Faye, but here they're gonna let the Sova be that initiator for Team Soju. Very interesting. And you see the lineup on the other side as well.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm really concerned for both these teams' attacking halves because they have no real flank sentinel. Like, yes, Sage is a sentinel, but there's no util in her kit to kind of hold down or watch that flank, so they're gonna need to dedicate a person to that, or I'm sure the defending team's gonna take advantage of that and be flanking every opportunity they get to try and take advantage of you not, like, keeping an eye out for anybody there. And other than that, like, I feel like this is a battle of the double duelist versus, that double initiator here, Chalk and sorry, name still learning, and Deha, both on those initiators. It'll be interesting to see.
Our observer today will be the one and only Sophie Zell, my favorite. If only we got into the game though, because that seems to be a problem,
again.
Yes, people tend to get very excited, and maybe someone's computer got frozen. So
a little too excited. They want us to finish lock-in, okay? Let's go check a score update. It is 10-11 to come back at the century. Oh my gosh.
Okay, and I think I know the reason why. It looks like the other computer, the other Brownie observer that was in here just exploded. So we're just we're just not going to we're just going to ignore that computer then, and we'll start back up. We've gone through every technical issue possible with that computer, so we'll just continue. We have our admins here to help us, so.
Valid. It has allowed, the defenders, it has allowed Let Us Cook to change all of their emblems to almost the default, this time Slightly Asleep being the different logo. But while we wait, we can also kind of, like, remind you guys or let you know that if you use the commands bracket, schedule, or teams, you can see kind of more information about, Brownie Val, Swifty Showdown. And then also, like, I don't think you mentioned the sponsor, did you, Brown?
No, not yet. We can always talk about them right now when we take a look at the thing that is not showing up right now. So now, there it is, Community Gaming. As we get this lobby started, we should be able to start. Because everyone is ready. But let's take a look at the Community Gaming the press
I didn't even know you had a
here.
Screen for it.
Look at that beautiful, beautiful screen.
Gorgeous.
Set up your esports tournaments on communitygaming.io, and thanks to the Play to Learn Foundation, we're able to fund some grassroots tournaments like this one. So check them out. Use the CG command to learn a little more.
Woo. Oh, and now we have a leave.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you never know, but yeah, it looks like that the game itself was just not allowing. It just doesn't want everyone to have fun right now on Icebox.
It wants Fnatic and Loud to have fun on Icebox, because that's what they're in with a score line of 11-11. This has just become a VC watch party.
Oh, it's by the way, it's 11-11 right now.
Should I cast? Should I like play-by-play cast with the stream I'm watching?
I don't even have the stream. I need to open the stream.
That would be so funny.
That is some way to pass time.
Do I have your approval to do that?
Are we allowed to do that? I mean, we're on a tape delay, but like a 90-second tape delay.
You're
but,
right.
like,
you're right.
Is that's technically okay? I mean, yeah, we can mention some things without actually mentioning the players. What about that? And then we won't get in trouble.
Okay.
We're just
Honestly, the agents,
here.
the agents, easy.
All right. So it's 11-11 right now. Fnatic and Loud are tied. Whoever wins this game is going to win lock-in. Right now, we see the Jet featuring the person with the bald head, switching over to the other Jet, who's waiting for Jet to appear. And
who will get to pick?
Yeah, this is going to be tough with the toxin screens up, so it'll be how they're going to get on.
But the non-bald Jet only has a Spectre in hand, like you said, versus bald Jet has the Operator. But it's actually going to be the Killjoy on site with a Deagle to find the first pick off of Sage here, which is forcing a rotate from the attacking team Fnatic. And they're going to rotate right into Sky, who's been having a really good game. I saw a 3K earlier from them, but they're not going to overextend and have decided to fall back instead.
Look at all the information, and Fnatic is going to decide to wait it out on B. They're actually walking up right now. Look at all that space that Viper is taking up now. Ball Jet is walking up as well. The Shock Dart lineups. And here comes the plans. And I guess we'll find out later because we're going to start the other game.
Find out next time on Brown and Zobi's VCT coverage. We'll find out who wins. But for now, like you said, Brown, we're back into Agent Select, which I'm guessing we'll see the same things, or it wouldn't be fair because, you know, each team saw what the other team had picked in terms of agents. So we won't get tricked this time, so maybe I'll have more time to analyze the actual agent pools they went with. You know?
So we'll ask the admins to remind the players to please pick the same characters if possible. Which I know they may not.
Looks like they're hovering.
Yeah,
Looks like they're hovering this
going
game.
there. Yeah. Actually, I don't even remember who they picked.
Yeah, I think they did. But regardless, like we talked about, like we said, Viper is a really good controller on this map. You know, we saw in VCT right now that they both have Vipers on Fnatic and on Loud, and you know these teams are copying it clearly. You know, Flo and Sujin both opting to go for that great coverage. You know that Viper's pit, great sight hold potential. Same with that wall, it's just great for getting the spike down, but less good for holding down those flanks. So it'll have to be dedicating a person there. I do want to say Deha is hovering a KO, but I'm guessing they'll go back to the Sova. There it is, because they don't want to get bonked by Sophie. But I think the Phoenix is an interesting pick to me, and I want to go double check their agent pool. But I feel like, no, if they're a Phoenix main, I think their most hours were on Phoenix, which was interesting to me, right? Like it's a very non-meta agent, I feel like, even though they are a pretty staple agent if you know how to use their kit correctly.
And someone was too invested in VCT for us to start. So
oh my god, they literally just want to wait. And Fnatic is at 12-11 match point. Imagine if we go into overtime, dude.
At this point, it's good entertainment. I'll say that.
I can completely agree here. So guess what, guys? We are back to the Brown and Zobi VCT coverage, even with a 2-minute delay. So you guys will see the end of the game before we do. But like I said, it's match point, and they are not quite on site. Ball Jet being trapped on 410 behind this tidal wave wall, while Jet has lurked their way into kitchen, where there's really nobody over there watching. And I think it's prompted the rest of the team on the side of Fnatic to rotate back towards where they are. But the other Viper is under tube here. They're gonna get spotted out by this alarm bot though, so they know they're on the rotate, and Loud's Viper is there to try and shut them down, but Sage is gonna be the one to get the pick before getting stunned out and flanked as well by Loud's Killjoy, who gets the spike dropped in their favor, but Fnatic's Killjoy is not, you know, gonna go down without a fight. Somehow Spike will be recovered with only 5 seconds left. So Spike will be playing.
You get down. You get down here, Zobi. There's plenty of time now. It's just a little bit tough.
Oh my god, but it's 1v2. And I almost said their name. Oh my gosh, but the Jet wasn't even healed. Oh my god, it's okay. It's okay. I didn't say the names. We're good. I almost said Loud's Jet, but somehow, you know, Loud brings it back to OT.
Yeah. Wow. Well. This is exactly what you look forward to, Zobi. You want an overtime game on Game 5 of a Grand Finals of a first major of the year. And I guess you'll find out later.
Thank you guys for tuning in to version 2 of VCT lock-in coverage by Brown and Zobi. And here we go, back to Let Us Cook and Team Soju. I think we're leaving Let Us Cook time to cook a little bit too much, don't you think? Yeah. They're going to become overpowered.
so much cooking. I can't even keep track. And also, welcome to our viewers from Chair Bear. Nice to see you. You'll see Chair Bear a little later. Welcome to Brownie Val. Brownto and Zobi on hand for the 1000th time. We can get it. I didn't realize that Icebox was that frozen. it really
great
is.
Great joke. I do agree. But let's see. What other agents have we not talked about here? The Reyna, obviously.
Yes. Reyna. Oh, we saw Reyna in the trailer. Does that mean that Reyna will be more popular this time? And especially that Gecko trailer?
I can completely agree, you know. I don't know how they're going to use that trailer in their play strategy, but like if you look at this team or the side of Let Us Cook, right? Like they don't have any real flashes other than that Reyna Lear. Versus obviously we have the Phoenix flashes on the side of Team Soju, so it'll be interesting to see how they use those to kind of guide their attacking half once they get over there. Or, well, obviously, Team Soju starting out on the attack. Regardless, though, I think it looks like this time it is gonna stick Brown. So, we'll go ahead and jump right into the map once everybody loads it.
And what I like to mention about the Reyna pick is, usually in tournaments you don't see Reyna because you think, oh, they're so individualistic, you only play for themselves. But in this type of scenario, if you want to just run it down, you want to just push the pace, sometimes it's good to have a duelist like that. And that's what we're going to see here potentially.
Yeah, and I feel like, and I'm going to go double check right now, just because I want to make sure I give you guys non-false information, is that Slightly Asleep is their highest rank. And so this was another dynamic that I wanted to personally analyze, and we just didn't get time, was like, obviously in these open rank tournaments, something I focus on is how the differing ranks affects how you play the game, right? Like, you want to kind of give that higher ranked individual the time to frag out, the time to find the picks they need, without overextending and getting picked off too early, because then it falls on to, like, the rest of the team to take out the enemy team's highest ranked individual. And I actually played in a tournament like this recently, so I'm not surprised to see them leave that duelist role to the highest ranked individual, like I said, Slightly. And I think on Team Soju as well, the highest ranked individual is, actually, it's Anissa who's on the stage. So I'm hoping to see, some battle stage action from her over there, but I'll hand it back to you to get us started with this first round.
Here we go. Round 1 is coming up right now between Let Us Cook and Team Soju, and it starts out with the dart coming out from the Sova, shot down by Kirito. We talked about how important this jet could be, although we were thinking about that controller pick, but we've seen Kirito play the jet in previous tournaments as Blue Blathwater trying to scout out B as well. They're playing it slow, Zobi. It looks like they want to try to get a pick first.
Kevin tries to search for them, does spot them out yellow, but it's going to be Kirito Koi going to be finding Deha on the other side before finally we see Chalk able to take out Kevin. That initiator on for trade both ways. Sova's out of the picture now, as they kind of are headed back towards the B site where one of their own team members just fell.
Here's Nisa on that stage. A heal onto Kirito, and now here they come. They're walking up. There's the Barrier Orb, countered by the Haunt. It spots at all three, but it's protected by the Barrier Orb. So that's going to be a good plant, but lots of information. Chalk waiting. The rest of the teammates from Let Us Cook coming up as Anissa hiding behind Yellow. Shinhwa now walking up with the rest of the team. They got to find their way around the Barrier Orb. Now the Prowler on the right side. And here comes some shots. Kirito is staying strong with that ghost. It's 2 kills on that Jet. And now some more shots. Standing. A 3K for Jets. Last one standing is Chalk. There's no Yuto remaining. And a 4K for the one and only Kavian Koi.
Yeah, Koi, the substitute, popping off that round. You usually see those duelists play like really, really far up site, maybe, towards mid, towards Snowman, but they had so much impact from deeper B main. It was pretty impressive. And I think, Team Let Us Cook had a good idea, waiting for the entire team, waiting for Slightly to rotate over to that site before attempting to retake. But then it kind of just fell apart because Koi had that position, had that visibility from on top and be great.
On Swift play, usually in a normal game, you would want to try to save as much as possible for that second round, the save round. But given the economy bonuses that you get, you see a little bit of interesting buys that you see from the team that's saving, including the Shorty! Oh, it doesn't do enough! Shiki is there to take down the Reyna, and here comes the attacking side, Team Soju, led by Kirito, who's on site with that Luna buddy. Wow, look at all that control that they're taking, Zobi.
Yeah, that wall just blocking all Strain's visibility as the spike will go down. Quite, forcing that Bulldog to be the one that has that control. But no, Anissa swings out against 2 and falls. Hopefully don't recover that gun, Brown.
Last player standing.
With the Spectre gang. It's going long range. Long range Spectre battle. We love to see it, and it works out in favor of Team Soju.
Yeah, you saw right there that Kevin or Blue Bathwater was the one to get the final 2 picks. And I talked about this during Agent Select that like whoever controls mid basically controls the momentum of the round. And we saw it right there. Kevin flanked and took out the last 2 members' screens who had started like penetrating the site after they were able to find Anissa under rafters. And I feel like if Kevin hadn't come in, they might have been able to recover that gun and maybe even have a chance at the round. So like I said, mid control is momentum control, which can turn easily into round control, and eventually, this Swift play, the game control.
There's some important rounds coming up, the bye rounds. The next 2 rounds, you should be able to full buy here. And Let Us Cook is going to try to get some rounds back if possible, if only they can stop the aggressive pushes and the strategy from Team Soju, led by that owl drone, which is peeking out towards Chalk. And now everything is quiet, Zobi.
Yeah, they're playing really, really far back here, and we'll see if it actually benefits them, and it looks like it will so far, as Chalk's able to get that opening dink off of Koi. Obviously, they do have kills from the stage, but it's not going to work as they get sprayed down through the smoke and are looking for more, but the entire team has rotated over to A. Actually, I lied to you, the Spike has rotated over to A with only 2 players. Let's hope they don't, like, overextend too early before the rest of the team can rotate, but it looks like Spike will be planted on default, and like I said, the entire team
Spike planted.
or Let Us Cook is already screens while there's still rotates coming through from Team Soju.
Here comes the preparations for the retake. Deja Vu takes a look at the Barrett, or Death Mark thrown somewhere. Slow getting a kill, now here comes the contingency. Spotted out by the Recon Bolt. Cheeky is there to try to slow things down. It's the players in Maze versus the players on Raptors. So far, it's the Raptors players that are winning. They're walking up slowly. You have the shock darts prepared. Now the defuse is starting. Wow, they were so prepared. Let Us Cook, just waiting for the right opportunity to cook.
Yeah, Chalk had an amazing round, you know, be able to hold down that B-side deny any control that Koi was trying to take just by the sheer presence, even though they were all the way like off-site snowman. Like, I can't do that personally. They would have that side control like in a second if I was that far back. And then just upon that rotate, they were able to isolate and take those picks effectively. You know, they knew that Phoenix, you know, Cheeky was there and May is based off of that Molly, and they took the fight accordingly. And then they swung after the tap with their teammate there in order to ensure that they weren't kind of traded out, and it would have been a 1v2 instead of that 2v2 situation.
Get out of my way!
Now the last round's coming up in a half. A lot of players are almost at their ultimate ability, so this can get very, very Spike Rush-like.
Here.
Dorito already with the Blade Storm. You gotta watch out for this. Look at all the space. Once again, that Team Soju is taking very early in the round. Uh-oh, joke's over. Where is that? That's on the B side, while Kirito is causing some chaos here on the A side.
Ooh, and even though they fall, they're typically traded by Kevin here. But it's not going to be without retaliation from Slightly and Chalk, who were able to find both of those players 3v3 now, as the Spike was planted on the B side. That wall and that Viper's orb in place, but the Nightfall looks like it's going to be exhausted, and there it is, Brown.
And look at all those players that are being marked. Anissa there, Brown is gonna go try to eat that stage. And here comes the defense. Let Us Cook. Oh, but Anissa is staying strong, shooting everything thrown at that stage. It's causing some delays. Chalk is gonna try to get as much damage as possible.
One enemy remains.
Oh, they have the pitch here.
Last player standing.
Oh, Anissa. And now, oh, this might be enough here. Shinhwa.
Yeah, they got that.
Oh, that is just enough. What a great retake. Led by that wonderful play toward the yellow area.
Yeah, that Nightfall just be able to find the position of every player and then using those prowlers to kind of force the fight, force them to choose where to direct it. And they eventually just ran out of bullets and ran out of health on the side of Anissa. You know, a little bit more health, and I think they would have won that final exchange with Shinhwa. But obviously, as you can see in that replay, they're just able to get the defuse, and it's we're tied, Brown.
Here it is at the time. Remember, the games can end in a tie here, so it's going to be very important how many rounds you try to win. You've only got 4 rounds to make something happen. And
it's the next half, so it'll be interesting to see. You know, obviously the 2 duelists are more comfortable on their attacking half, but now they're on the defensive side as we've swapped halves. It is a swift play, and we'll see, you know, if Let Us Cook can now cook on their attack half.
Here it goes, the second half. It's 4 rounds remaining in this game. Chalk throwing out the hunt to get some information, and the counter by the recon dart, but it's shot down early. This is a traditional A push, though. I know a lot of players like to do this, and we're seeing, as you see, almost self-damage. That's exactly the play that we're seeing here.
Yeah, we do see that Viper wall kind of fall at a perfect time to Let Us Cook, as it allows us to pass through uncontested without vulnerability, other than Kevin there to contest. Like, I don't need you to, I have a frenzy. Cheeky there to try and finish it off, and now Chalk left that 1v4. The numbers are low HP, which allows Chalk to get 1.
The drive-by was almost successful there by Kevin.
No.
Let's see what Chalk can do to try to salvage this round. 22 health. And there's Sujin swinging over that nice ghost. Sujin does love the ghost. And it's 3-2 in favor of Team Soju.
And like we said, it can still end in a tie, all 8 rounds being played out. So, you know, Lettuce Cook does not need to fear here. And I feel like if they slow it down, maybe, you know, obviously we know this team's going to be aggressive on the side of Team Soju having that double duelist. And maybe they can play some default. You know, maybe they can look for some control mid, like we saw obviously Team Soju did very successfully in their last half. But it looks like they are going to go for an 8-hit once again, Brown.
And here it goes. This time they've got a little better guns, led by the Marshall, by slightly asleep the Reyna. Waiting for the Alu drone to get some information, but it's blocked off by the talking screens from the defensive side, countered by a talking screen of their own here. Lettuce Cook is really trying to force the issue. Every time that they're stuck outside of A maze so far, they've decided they're going to wait out all the util. I don't know if they're going to spot a Kirito here.
Yeah, like I said, they don't have a... Exactly, and they don't have a flank, right? Like I said. And because they're walking, they have no idea that they're coming, even though they only have a Marshall in hand. Spike will go down, but like I said, they don't even know that Koi's there still. Even though Slightly has recovered this Bulldog, if they don't deal with Koi soon, it could be catastrophic, even though they have the player advantage. Kevin, obviously trying to fight back, and there's that flank I was talking about.
Last player standing.
We're finally getting traded.
Now the last one standing is that Sova. Through that water. Able to get a kill, but it's traded out quickly. And now it's all tied up again.
Yeah, like we said, you know, if both teams tie, they each get a point in this round robin series, which it looks like is what they're kind of going for so far. We'll see if they're able to keep strong and hold on to it instead of seeing a winning team here. And I'm like, obviously you can't really look at Econ too much, so I'm just gonna try and ignore that, but we can look at these ultimates, right? We are 1 away from that Blaze Storm from Koi. You know, Kevin Pooh Bathwater has that Hunter's Fury online, which could be good for, you know, denying that spike plant. Versus, they almost had the Nightfall again. That would be the second one in just a Swift play alone for Chalk if they get it online this round.
When a well-timed recon dart there could have spotted out the entire entourage of Lettuce Cook players. And instead it's shot down. It's going to force out the barrier orb from Anissa. And once again, the slow play.
Yeah, look who's trying to take mid control really, really early on. Once again, it's you know, Kevin. We saw them do that on their attack half through mid. But it looks like it is going to be this B hit here. They have left a person to walk the flank this round. But I wonder if they'll get taken out by Kevin. And it doesn't look like they will. Chalk winning that exchange will go to apply some mid pressure, hopefully, as they try and get the spike down. It has been dropped, though. And look, Koi's already pushing!
Remaining.
No!
Found him, he's moved to the mid area. Oh dear, well this is working out really good for Team Soju. It's once again up to that Fade on the attacking side.
Catch them.
Sees.
Very similar situation, you know, very little HP, 3v1. I don't see what they can do here, but we can go ahead and watch. Looks like they're gonna try and get this attempt started maybe with the Prowler. I don't think they meant to knife that, but...
30 seconds left.
There it is.
Yeah, there's the information. Chalk knows where one player is, gets a little bit of chip damage, and now here comes the potential curveball. Depends what Chalk wants to do here. They've got the cross.
They do,
14
and only 15
seconds.
That's the spike.
Ah, there's Sujin.
Again, too. Sujin was the one that won that pistol round exchange with the same kind of
Match
situation. And it still could end in a tie, Brown. You know, like I said, Lettuce Cook, they now have both that Nightfall and that Viper's Pit online, so they should be able to, if they get onto a site, hold down effectively, and they should be able to take the site with that Nightfall. So I see this going to a 4-4. What do you think?
It could go to a 4-4 here just based off of that information, with all that ultimates that will be available and just how the game has been going. Obviously, you know, if you're a Lettuce Cook Zobi, you want to try to win this round, at least get a tie. It will help you in the standings. But Team Soju right now is in position, so much in position that they have bought an operator and shot it on A to scare Lettuce Cook right now. It's Kirito on that operator, of course, with the Blaze Storm available, so some options here.
Here.
Yeah, but look, we already have Chalk coming up with the spike. I'm guessing getting ready to use that Nightfall. There it is, paired with that toxic screen. Gonna cover screen. It's gonna force the entire team offsides, which just opens up the site for that Viper's Pit I talked about. Brown, there's that Blaze Storm we wanted.
Probably to clear out the area as well. They're a little bit late on planting, but they want to make sure the area is clear first before they do. And here it comes! Oh, the Hunter's Fury! And they're standing next to each other! Oh! So powerful! Oh, the Blaze Storm as well! The two ultimate abilities causing some chaos. They're not able to get the bomb down! And now the spam here. Wow, this is working out great for us. I'm going through all the emotions right now. The Phantom is a perfect gun to use inside of the Viper's pit. You can't really see the tracer bullets there. And now it's going to be a 3v2 as Soju takes down another player. It's Shinhwa. So 2v2, Flo's winning inside of the pit. We see the Sova all the way out towards Maze playing back. The attacking side it is. Gonna rely on those lineups as well as the Hunter's Fury. Almost forgot about that.
I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize it came online, but it looks like Flo's gonna want to try and use that snake bite. Might let the Viper's Pit drop, but they're getting
one enemy remaining.
There it is. 1v1. No! Oh! It's tied. The game ends in a tie. Unbelievable. Oh.
Sudden death.
Wait. It doesn't end in a tie. Wait.
It is indeed a tie. The replay doesn't show, but that does end in the tie. So, wow, 4v4 is the score ends 4-4. Fantastic.
Yeah. That was very, very evenly matched. Like I said, you know, the double duelist was great for that attack side, but once they got over to the defensive side, they kind of just let them take the site, like, uncontested.
this looks like a checkerboard with the way that the scoreboard shows up.
Exactly. So evenly matched. But what's interesting to me is Slightly's at the bottom, even though they're like one of the highest ranks.
Well, here's what I hear usually. The ranks don't really matter. It's all about the team composition. When you play in these type of tournaments, you end up facing like players where this is how they say it. Why are they playing like this? They don't ever play like this in my Ascendant lobbies.
That's so true. They're like, they shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be taking this fight, but then they do and beat you in it.
But in any case, regardless, both the Sovas played really well. We saw just the threat of the Hunter's Fury was already pretty big, as well as the Viper's Pit. Like it was surprised me how hard it was to plant, but you just see how skilled they are with their util to force this tie. What a great first game that we just saw. Okay, so we'll show these scoreboards in just a moment, but we are a little bit behind on time, as you saw a little earlier, a little bit of some issues, but we're going to get back on schedule. We'll take a little break. Zobi, I'll see you a little later in the broadcast, okay?
Yes, I will see you guys later.
And this is Browntoll speaking here for Brownie Val, Swifty Showdown. We'll be right back. Or welcome back to Brownie Val Swifty Showdown. We're going to continue our round robin series. Our next game is between Kibbles and Bits and Egg. When we take a look at the schedule, you can see that the schedule is updated and we have our first tie. Let Us Cook and Team Soju tied it at 4-4, so they each get 1 point, as well as those 4 rounds gained. Every round is important. We play out all rounds in the tournament, so you gotta look out for that. Now, let's take a quick look at the next 2 teams. Let's learn a little bit more about Kibbles and Bits and Egg.
Hello, this is Kibble with a voice filter. I usually stream Valorant, Overwatch, or whatever is fun to play with my friends. I'm sorry, Nani.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh! You're crazy!
Oh my gosh!
My memory's foggy. I'm just gonna assume I met Brown through Haku. Oh my blind foot. Well, I got into Valorant because it's my first FPS game, and I thought it would be fun to play with my friends.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Oh wow.
Well, the strategy was, you know, to win, but you know, for good vibes. So I chose people for my team that would give me the best vibes.
One enemy remaining.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it missed.
Let's try. Let's try.
Oh, it wasn't planted there, that's fine.
Man,
Why I like my community is the vibes are good, and I love playing with them. And yeah, especially when they make me sing.
My name is Justin. I'm a variety streamer. I stream Valorant. I stream a bunch of games on the Nintendo Switch. I stream Overwatch, all sorts of stuff. I had a friend who played it a lot, and he was like, come play with me. And I started playing it. I didn't like it at first, and now it's an unfortunate addiction.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
I met Kate in a Valorant lobby when she was playing on her ult. She actually didn't talk the entire game, and we just danced in the corner for the entire game.
One enemy remaining.
Boom. Bonk. Boom. Q.
One enemy remaining.
We want to win, don't get me wrong, but our team is also created to have a good time with each other and just enjoy, you know, playing in a tournament with friends.
One enemy remaining. That makes 3.
The welcomingness of the community, I think, honestly, is my favorite part. Everybody's welcome, everybody's always playing games with each other. Nobody's really, you know, toxic. It's just great to be around, a great vibe to joke and have fun with.
And there you have it. Those are the promo videos for Kibbles and Bits and Egg. My name is Browntoll, and welcome back to the broadcast. And I'm here to introduce our next casters. for the next couple of games. Here they are. It is the one and only Lubu. Nice avatar, by the way. And
thank you.
straight up in the flesh, it's Jokels. How y'all doing today?
Good. How are you?
Well, I'm doing great. I was so excited to see that tie. I'm excited for the next game. I know we're a little short on time, so go ahead and take it away and introduce us to the next two teams.
Absolutely. So next up we have Kibbles and Bits and Egg, and we are going to be playing on Lotus. Lubu, what's your experience in terms of Lotus and the players that we have?
Yeah, so Lotus, a map that obviously it's the most recent map that came out in Valorant competitive. I think, at least from my friend group, a lot of mixed reactions on how they feel about Lotus. I myself actually really, really like it because I kind of find it as like the antithesis to Haven as a map, where in my opinion, Haven's a little bit more attacker-sided. It's very heavy on the rotations. And so for Lotus, kind of the opposite, where it's also still focused on rotations. However, it's a little bit more defender-sided in my opinion, and I love seeing double sentinel. I know during the VCT lock-in, a couple teams had ran double sentinel and stuff like that, so I'm going to be curious to see if anyone from any of these two teams, between Kibble and Bits and Egg, will actually run double sentinel, or maybe something that we haven't seen before.
Absolutely. And the other thing that I'm really excited too is when we get those double smokes, the double controllers, they can really turn the tides. I've seen for something that's come out recently is probably coinciding with the VCT lock-in is the Viper coming out on Lotus quite a bit, as well as the Brim and Astras. And I think that all of those controllers are really good in their own rights, but when you pair them together, it creates so much space gathering and you can block so many sight lines, and it just gives you so much information and leeway when taking those fights when you want to be aggressive. And I think going into this match, as it is Swift play and you can buy every single round, it's something that you have to keep in mind and be ready for.
Oh no, absolutely. And looking at these two rosters, a player I want to highlight into seeing how it's going to play out for is Vanster on Team Egg, where he is going off the tracker, the highest rated player on their team. Also a Killjoy main from what I'm seeing off of the tracker, a Killjoy Astra like Omen main. So because Lotus, all three are pretty popular in terms of the picks. Gonna be curious to see, but heading into the champ select, agent select right now. Already a couple lock-ins. You see Kibble locking the Neon. But
Neon is known.
Team Egg. Yeah, Neon's known
Kibble.
Team Egg. Oh my god, wait, look at that. So Vanster's hovering the Killjoy, like I was highlighting earlier. But it looks like they're running double initiator here with the KO Fade pick on Same Runner and Kia, respectively. Jet being picked by Oki Caitlyn. Ooh, look at that. Wait, Mochi's hovering the Chamber pick.
I'm not against that. Chamber, because of how tight the map is and the aggressive peaks you can get with that rendezvous and get away, Chamber is still viable on Lotus in particular. It just depends on how you play him. And I'm really interested to see how Mochi actually plays this agent and works with his toolkit to benefit the team.
Absolutely. I would even go a step further. I think Lotus is probably Chamber's best map because, like you highlighted, right, the rendezvous, all the different places that he can get to in terms of early rotations from any one of the sites to another, because the map is so rotation heavy that Chamber able to rendezvous immediately and then move over to a site on defense specifically, and then obviously his trip's still good for that flank on the attack. Makes it really, really solid on both sides.
100%. And like you pointed out, the double initiator, I do like that on Lotus because you can garner so much information. You can throw a Fade Eye into A, you can throw that KO 0-point knife into B, and you can get all sorts of information and decide on how you're going to approach the round early on. And even with rotations, you can still get that information as those abilities regenerate.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we're going to be getting to the buy phase right now, and I'm going to be curious to see how Team Egg will set up for the attack here. Given the fact that you're running the double initiator like we highlighted, it looks like the majority of the team is going to be hovering towards that C, which if that's the call, they're going to be meeting some pretty stiff resistance. Looking at the mini-map, the majority of Team Kibble and Bits actually hovering that C and B side. You see Mochi and Bento already setting up on that C, and a pretty classic setup. You see that rendezvous from Mochi in the waterfall, so he can peek this mound, get the info, TP out very safely to waterfall in case they push C, but
and
match
Mochi
underway.
Also has those headhunters available for those early engagements.
Well, you see Mochi actually getting pinged out by that KO knife as Caitlyn gets a little bit of info, dashes back. Vanster's looking with this Killjoy here on this B side. Gonna get that horde as for Team Kibble and Bits. They haven't actually sussed out the rotation from Team Egg just yet. As Team Egg, look, all 5 of Team Egg now pushing towards the A side here. Haku
Here.
playing the A link. Unable to get Kia.
Misses the shots, but he does get noticed.
Oh, Kia's gonna be able to get that plant, but Haku finds the first kill on the same
Spike
runner.
planted.
As he starts to move out, but you see Chair Bear here and Bento pushing out from the drop. Vanster will find Chair Bear with a nice little dink. The Ghost as the members of Kibble and Bits now pushing on the side. Bento finds Kia. Ghost. Mochi finds Vanster. Kibble finds OK Caitlyn, and all of a sudden now we're in a 1v4. It's just Justin Fly left. As Justin Fly will unable to find Bento as Bento gets the last kill to secure round 1 for split play for Team Kibble and Bits.
Yeah, that's a really well played at the beginning. They pressure over towards C. They try to bait out some rotates. The information that Mochi gathers, they actually end up rotating off of what they get, and then they re-hit A super aggressively, trading as a team. Haku gets a glorious first kill where they're not looking into that A link with the small door, and because of that, the round is pretty easily taken by them.
Well, heading into round 2 now, both teams having bought a little bit more firepower here as the majority of Team Egg. In the meanwhile, Team Egg actually finds the first kill on a Kibble. Yeah, this little stinger spray as a quick rush onto the B side. OK Caitlyn making space here, doing that C link, trying to get more info, but Bento finds OK Caitlyn. Haku finds her. Haku actually finds 2 onto Vanster as well. Haku unable to find 3, but Cher able to get the trade on Kia. Justin Fly will find Mochi. Bento gets the trade back on the Justin Fly, and within the span of, I think, 20 seconds or something like that, Team Kibble and Bits get their second round. Bento, 4-0 so far. Looking good on that Viper pick.
Yeah, they are, and honestly, it is with Swift Play, because you have the ability to buy up every round, it doesn't put them at a disadvantage to be down in rounds, and because of that, they are able to reinvest right here into this next round. And I think going forward, they're going to have to be able to take these fights, and even if they get those trades like they did get last round and the round before, they have to be more impactful trades or get away with their lives.
Well, it looks like for Team Egg, they're going to go once again back to that C side heavy stack for the initial push, and all 5 members working together in unison. That Fade Dog not able to find anyone behind them out as Bento sprays and prays, unable to find the pick though, as look at Kibble making some annoyances there, but Justin Fly able to get Kibble. In the meanwhile though, the rest of Team Egg pushing onto the C with that Killjoy ultimate. Haku being spotted on that flank by the Killjoy turret, so Team Egg now aware that a flank is happening. You know, Mochi playing the waterfall as Justin Fly will be able to get the trade onto Haku, but Sharebear gets the kill back onto Justin Fly. Meanwhile, OK Caitlyn finds the trade back to Sharebear with a nice little wall bang headshot. And all of a sudden we're in a 3v2. But Team Egg, they're really, really low. 2 of the members, it's down to 14 and 16 health respectively.
It's going to be really interesting to see how...
Face your fear!
Nice
Spike planted.
Mochi finds OK Caitlyn.
1 enemy remaining.
And Bento finds same runner, so now all of a sudden it's a 1v2. Just Kia.
Slow aggression.
Oh, could she get timing here? Sprays and prays, finds a little bit of a wall bang, but not any real sustaining damage. But look at Bento, Bento, Mochi gets the frag back on the Kia. And Mochi secures the round for round 3 now for Team Kibbles and Bits. Up 3-0. My word.
I think that was a lot closer than they would have liked. I mean, Mochi had the swing. They swung together, which was perfectly planned. But then Mochi runs out of bullets and has to switch to the classic. Wow. To come up with that clutch in that round is big. They're up 3-0 in rounds now, and going forward, I don't know what do they need to do in this round here to kind of get their foot back in the door for Team Egg.
I think the first one that they did where they initially got the info and then just, you know, go for the rotations, right? Again, like I pointed out, Lotus is a very rotation heavy map. You don't have to necessarily commit to the first site that was initially planned. Make the defenders rotate out or flank and, you know, overextend and then get picked. For example, Bento right here. Actually gonna get spotted out by Justin Fly and will die to Justin Fly. Kibble finds Banster in the meanwhile on that B main push, but at this moment, look, now if you're Team Egg, you know you got the Viper pick, so there goes their smokes. C, more than likely, you're not going to have the Chamber pick there anymore if Viper's pushing out. Most likely Chamber's not going to be there either, but looks like for Team Egg, they're going to go back to a slow A push here, just trying to get the info. Okay, Caitlyn spots Share Bear there on that A stair as Share Bear backs up from the Omen smoke.
That Haunt does get good information though. Tells them that the Chamber is holding here with the Tour de Force, and they're opening the door, going through tree. Prowler goes out, doesn't see anybody, so it'll be what Mochi do. There's one.
Mochi finds one with the Tour de Force there. A little off shot before
30 seconds left.
There's trouble. Shergo though finds Justin Fly with that
flashbang.
Util. Oh. It looks like Team Egg, they're stuck here in the tree room. Same runner though, finds Haku. A nice little headshot, 3v2 now. Same runner though, down to 30 health. And they're just getting utiled off of this A side, they can't even push out.
Last player standing.
Kibble though finds Kia, and all of a sudden it's a 1v3. Same runner, spray, everyone's going, but Share there finds the final kill on the same runner. And wow, Jokos, we have a 4-0 lead now for Team Kibble and Bits at the half.
Yeah, that's big in terms of round differential going forward, and seeing how the rest of the bracket fills out after this round robin. And that same runner with the wide swing and the bullets going everywhere that they didn't want them to go. And honestly, it happens, but you got to bounce back. Realistically, anything can happen, right? And I would love to see a pushback here from Team Egg, being aggressive on this defensive half for them, and kind of pushing back towards maybe making it like a 5-3 or a 4-4 game. You never know.
Well, absolutely. And with the pistol round starting at the half here, you see Team Kibble and Bet's going to go for the A, able to get that KO knife destroyed just in time before the ping comes out. However, the information has been given out. Same runner though. He walks out to try to get that util down, but Kibble finds a nice little headshot with the frenzy on the same runner. Okay, Caitlyn, they'll play the streak here. We're gonna find one. Dashes back. Gonna peek again, try to get another one. Maybe she get two. She can't get two. Meanwhile, Pia also finds Bento. All of a sudden, it's a 4v2 now. Mochi bringing the stair. Mochi finds one, but Justin Fly gets the kill on the Mochi. Meanwhile, Vanster finds Share Bear, and so there is life for Team Egg. Finds their first round.
Yeah, I really liked how it was an unfortunate first swing for Same Runner, throwing the fragment grenade, and it gets picked off. But the way that OK Caitlyn and Kia played off of the information that Same Runner garnered was phenomenal. They played back in sight, played on tree, and they were able to swing, get a couple picks, and put it in a 4v2 situation after that.
Well, 2 seconds left. Team Egg. I mean, you won the first round. Can you get this momentum going? Keep this up. Make it a 4-4. Get that tie. And for Team Kibble and Bits, heavy stack C gonna run right into the KJ util right here as Vanster set up very nice on this crossfire here with Justin Fly. Justin Fly.
He doesn't know.
Util yet. No.
One enemy remaining.
5.3. What's up, Mochi? All of a sudden, Vanster finds a triple con and Share, and just like that, Justin Fly and Mochi both are excuse me, not just Justin Fly and Vanster able to lock down the C site and kill all 5 members in the span of, I want to say, 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, that paranoia. He didn't know that they were in that smoke, but as soon as that jet dashed out from Haku towards the box, the paranoia came out, hit all 5, and they were able to swing and clean it all up and take a very important round going forward. Going to this third round, it's going to be really impactful. Seeing what they can do.
Ooh, but Same Runner finds the first kill on the Mochi. Nice little peek. Gets rewarded with the first frag of this round. Meanwhile, though, the rest of Team Kibble and Bits, they're split up. 2C, 2B. At least for the moment. Could open the door to meet up with either or if they decide to. But you see Haku and Sharebear just clearing out the C very slowly. And if you look at Justin Fly on that C link here, it's giving them a lot of space. As he's not gonna peek it just for the moment, just juggle peeking to try to get a little bit of info, but Viper Wall comes up for the C. The remaining members of Team Egg have not rotated just yet. Justin Fly, he still won't get timing. His Haku will find Justin Fly, so very quickly now it's a 4v4.
Yeah, that timing was so close. It almost worked in Justin Fly's favor, but what can they do? The Egg has to do something.
I'm out of
Take the
here.
aggressive fights where they can. Try and isolate 1v1s.
Yeah, you actually see Same Runner here. He's slow clearing this flank here, but the rest of his team's actually going to be pushing out already, so... Oh my god, Sharebear actually finds him on that flank. Haku finds Vanster. OT Caitlyn, I'm able to find this. Kibble will find OT Caitlyn, and all of a sudden now it's just a 1v4. Tia finds 1. Can she find 3 more? She can find 2. She can indeed find 2. Picks up another Vandal. 8 bullets left, but Kibble finds the last kill on the Kia. And that will be Team Kill and Bits winning the game 2. Oh, sorry, yeah, played all the rounds, but, sorry, excuse me, but leading it with the Neon, or ending it with the Neon headshot there, unable as Kia, oh, so close.
Yeah, the overdrive comes out to clean up the round, and they go into this round 8 with a 5-2 advantage. That is big for Team Kibbles and Bits.
And now for Team Egg. You had a little bit of momentum here, but after that, shouldn't be deterred, as Same Runner here is just going to flash for the info. Able to find it.
Look at those rotations.
Yeah, look at this rotation right here.
Everybody off C.
Haku gonna get spotted by that Killjoy drone as the paranoia comes out from Justin Fly. Not able to get a pick though, but gets the info. Backs up as Kibble wants to actually find that frag and will indeed find Justin Fly. Make it a 5v4 now. As Mochi very, very low, 22 health, playing dangerously close to that Killjoy Molly. A Sharebear will find Oki Caitlyn. Meanwhile, Vanster finds Mochi on that trade back. Vanster making space though. 30 health, not a lot of health. Look at Kibble. Look at Kibble. Kia finds Bento, but Kibble is on an amazing flank here. They're not even looking. They're not even looking. Kibble! Kia finds a triple kill on Kibble. And the round. 5-3. Still in favor of Kibble and Bits, but nice little round 3 win there.
Attackers
but
win.
That'll be it.
That's a win for Kibbles and Bits. And honestly, the fact that they were able to pull out 3 rounds after being down 4-0 at the half is really big. It puts them at, even though they take the loss in this particular game, it puts them in a good spot going forward with that round differential, not having as many rounds, potentially winning their next couple games. Who knows? And this could be big. It makes sure to make the next couple games even more important.
Oh, absolutely. Especially specifically for the tiebreaker rules, right? As we all know, if the 2 teams at the end, if their points add up to be the same, the next tiebreaker is going to be those rounds won. So every single round that you can get for Team Egg, still really, really crucial. And, you know, starting, like you said, starting off 4-0 or 0-4 in the case of Team Egg, and then getting 3 rounds back, that's still going to be good for at least, surely for team morale that, hey, you know, started off 0-4, but able to get together to a nice little clean second half there overall.
Absolutely, I definitely have to agree with you there. Team Kibble though looked on the ball and they looked strong to start it out. and that was evident with how they played. Went up to a 4-0 advantage, and honestly, I'm excited to see how they play in their next couple games, where they end up in standings and all of that. And I believe we're gonna throw it back to Brown here as we get ready for our next game.
All right, thanks so much. This is Browntle speaking right now to everyone, and what a fantastic game we saw. I mean, like y'all mentioned, 5-1, it could have been over like that, in a normal Swift play, but because of these special rules, they get a chance to make up some rounds. Even though you lose a game, Lubu and Jokels, you can still find your way back in, like with the round differential. So fantastic game we just saw there.
100%.
Every round is important.
All right, well, we're going to take a little break as we prepare for the next game. Thank you all for watching so far, and stick around for the next game in the Brownie Val Swifty Showdown tournament. Welcome back. We're continuing the round robin of Brownie Val Swifty Showdown. The next game coming up will be Kibbles and Bits and Let Us Cook. And hello everyone, Browntoe is here, and I'm also back with our two lovely casters, Lubu and Jokels, and we were talking a little bit during the break, and Lubu really wanted to mention something.
Yeah, so, because, at the beginning, we're able to, see everyone's trackers and, look at, what their mains are and stuff like that for the purpose of just casting and everything like that. And I noticed for Kibble, when I say Neon one trick, I mean that with all the most respect, because he's not played a single agent other than Neon this specific act. Only Neon, and we're talking over 100 games played for comp. Only Neon. So in the future, for every single viewer watching for this upcoming game, you're wondering what Kibble's gonna go. You know what? I think Jokels maybe back me up here. Good bet on Neon. Not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, he's played it in past tournaments, and it's Neon. But he plays a good Neon. Like, he's smart with the utility he uses, and the way that he utilizes all of the utility that Neon has. The fast lane, the relay bolt, the high gear, all of it transpires to taking space and pushing a site. So, I mean, it's not a bad thing. But yes, when it comes to one tricks, it's a one trick.
That's actually no. I mean, it's really impressive. Like all the more to him, right? To be able to just commit to that, and specifically in comp too, and get the rank that he is specifically too. Again, I'll shout out to Kibble there for that.
Yeah, It'll be interesting to see how this game goes.
Indeed, it'll get started pretty shortly, so I'll let you two take it away. We'll get the game started as soon as possible. So can't wait to see what happens here. Take it away.
Awesome.
All right. So I mean, we do know that the next map for everyone watching is going to be Ascent for this next map. So, Jokels, what are your thoughts about Ascent?
Ascent. Loaded question. For me personally, I think it's more defender sided, but it can be offense sided depending on what the composition looks like. Traditionally, you see a Sova, or at this point in time, a Fade on either side, and it's something that kind of is necessary based on the playstyles of teams. What do you think, Lubu?
Yeah, I think Ascent's a really tricky one. I mean, obviously, I'm only going off of my comp experience with Ascent, but it's one of those maps where you need a very solid defense on, because the fact if you give away any defensive rounds, especially if you're gonna run like a Killjoy, which, speaking of, as we get into agent select, right, Mochi insta-locking the Killjoy, and Shinhwa over there also hovering the Killjoy. But yeah, if you give up rounds on the defense specifically, it's kind of a feel bad, because at least on the attack, right, for A main and B main both, it's all tunneled, right? It's a very it's a tight entry window to where defenders are able to quite easily spray down that entry site. So gonna be curious to see how both teams play on the attack, and specifically where these Killjoy setups are going to be on the defense as well.
Yeah, I want to point out that breach hover by Sharebear on the defenders. I'm curious to see how that'll work out. If it's coinciding with Kibble and the high gear, the way that Kibble uses the Neon, it could be impactful. But having no info, like the comparable team, Let Us Cook, who is going with a Sova and Fade, it'll be interesting to see the comparison in what they can achieve in terms of information.
Yeah, actually, speaking of the double initiator, Sai hovering or locking in, the Sova pick as well, which is kind of a surprise, because knowing Sai, at least I have some experience, observing Sai and everything like that. More of a duelist main, so locking in the initiator. Gonna be curious to see how that plays out there. But oh my god, look at those, the matching tags too. Just a nice visual to see there.
Absolutely. And just a reminder, Let Us Cook in game 1 came up with a draw against Team Soju, and Team Kibbles and Bits came up with a win in the previous game against Team Egg. So these two teams are currently the one tied for 2 seeds And it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, how they go forward, and how they play, depending on if they're looking at those or just saying, you know what, we're going in this game, we're going to win.
Well, as we get into the bye phase for first round, got to give a little shout out to our observer for this match, Key. So in the chat, you can give little hearts and emojis in the chat for our observer, Key, providing you the wonderful gameplay spectating that gets our blood pumping just as much as I hope it gets your guys' blood pumping.
Alarm bot.
12 seconds left. Mochi for Team Kibbles and Bits setting up on the A for that Killjoy setup. But wait, look at Team Let Us Cook. All 5B.
Right in the entrance. No waiting. They're going.
No splitting either. And yep, like you said, look at that Sova drone coming out from side. As Kibble. Oh my god, Bento finds flow through the smoke. This little head tap for good measure. And Chalk's also tapped a little bit as well. Kibble though still holding for the entry on the B site lane. And Team Let Us Cook gonna back up towards the mid.
Let Us Cook going back towards spawn. I believe Haku was close enough to hear the footsteps, so they're gonna read this and aggress out of mid. Yeah, Haku looks to be pushing up towards mid, top cat, and this fight. Oh, actually pushing back towards tree. Okay, ooh. I actually like that quite a bit because you're not putting yourself in a situation where if you get taken out, you're now even numbers or even down 2 because the 2 of them were there. And
standing ahead.
Great arrow by side to check out that first little corner, and they're full hitting it.
Yeah, and Reyna runs out, slightly asleep, taking space. We'll go down to Haku. Mochi finds Saikuno.
30 seconds left.
Mochi still playing that dice
One
spot there as
remaining.
Bento will find Chalk, and it's just
Spike
Sinwa now
down
left. That's better than standing.
Flawless.
Haku will find Shinwa to secure round 1 for Team Kibbles and Bits. Well, that was that was a quick little finish to that round there. All the remaining 4 members of Team Let Us Cook running out and systematically getting put down by Team Kibbles and Bits.
It was a great play by Kibbles and Bits because they heard the rotation through mid. They had the KJ still with the setup over towards A in Mochi, and they trusted the rotation. And as we saw on that replay, as they entered site, Mochi swung with that Sheriff of all things for a Killjoy to buy in round 1, and laid down some damage, and they were able to clean it up.
Well, with round 2 underway, see Shinwa here holding the mid with that Marshall as the remaining members of Team Let Us Cook going for the A side take. Fade not able to get any information on the tree, but see Haku's actually pushing up pretty aggressively around the door. Worried about a flank here potentially from Team Let Us Cook, but just Shinwa there as Shinwa's going to back up towards... Oh, she's worried about the spawn as well.
Second Sky Smoke goes down in a main entrance, and they... Looks like Team Kibbles and Bits is a little skeptical if they are going to hit A or not, as they've cut noise after the initial dart went out.
This is a really slow play from Team Cook, but it looks like, oh, Util's coming out now, is slightly asleep. Doing the charge on that Reyna. Won't get actually pushed away from that Phoenix Molly. So, a little bit of a delayed push, but you see Flo actually getting space here. TP finds Mochi. That's a little aggressive TP as the remaining members of Let Us Cook are now pulling out onto the site. Share Bear pushed off from that rapid for a moment down to 1 health. Not as simple as it's not just yet. Oh, finally Shock finds Haku. Kibble finds the trade back onto Sai, however, as Bento gets dinged. Flo finds Share Bear. 4v2. Kibble finds Shinwa, making a 3v2. Bento making space, will go down the Flo, and Chalk will find Kibble. And all tied up now, 1-1. Let Us Cook fight back.
Yeah, that was a great patience by Team Let Us Cook, especially when that hot hands came out from Phoenix to block them from pushing into A. You saw the Omen Flo use the shrouded step to get in front of Generator and take the aggression towards Shinwa, or towards Mochi, and then from there it was lights out. They took the round by storm, they evened it out, and wow, that was great patience at the start of the round and great execute onto site.
Well, with round 3 coming underway, see a little bit of a different setup here for Team Kibbles and Bits. The Killjoy now being set up on the B. Very classic setup. But ooh, look at Sharebear here. Sharebear's not gonna find anything though. Slightly asleep will actually get the first kill on the Sharebear. And just like that, A site's now looking very dangerous. Haku though finds a trade on top. Oh my god, Shinwa able to get Haku. Able to get Haku, but look at Slightly Asleep now. Making space. Bento finds Slightly Asleep. Kibble finds Saikuda. That's Spike down now in the tree. As it's Flo is in a bad spot here, but Bento doesn't check. Bento doesn't check the window. And Bento, sorry, excuse me, Kibble will find Flo on the trade back. And also 1v2 in the Spike's not a good. It's not in a good spot for Shinwa to get. Who closes the door as well, and well, now Shinwa has to go through Raptor, surely, right?
Yeah, maybe Shinwa's thinking, hey, if I close the door, maybe they think that I push out of there. But that alarm bot goes down from Mochi, and that's going to be the telltale sign that, yeah, Shinwa's here trying to get that spike.
And Shinwa's not healthy either. 46 health. Gonna get spotted from the Killjoy drone as Mochi isn't actually going to peek it just yet. Gonna let peek it, but Mochi able to find the last kill onto their double as, well, Team Kibbles and Bits make it 2-1.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Again, I like the aggression that this Let Us Cook team has. It's very impactful. The flashpoint comes out onto, I believe it was Catwalk, where Slightly Asleep was able to turn it into a kill for them. But the aggression is good. It's just the execution that sometimes falters. And honestly, this round is like a key point. They could go up 3-1 or they could be tied 2-2. So how do they play it out from here? They do have two ultimates available though, with that Nightfall.
Wait, look at Mochi here though.
Swarm grenade.
Don't you have a lineup for?
You should run.
Oh, either way though. Molly's actually gonna find anything. Meanwhile though, Shinwa, Killjoy ultimate comes down as Brimstone Molly will get rid of the Killjoy ultimate, or excuse me, Brimstone ultimate. Get rid of the Killjoy ultimate. As
face your fear!
Wallbang headshot finds Mochi. Finds actually a double kill on the Bento now as it's just Kibble left on the B side as Haku's trying to provide some help in the market, but Kibble in a very scary spot. Flashes go out. Haku finds Slightly Asleep. Haku finds double onto Saikuda. Look at Chalk here, looking for the market. Able to find Haku, able to find a double kill on the share, and all of a sudden it's just a 1v2. Kibble, last remaining member standing for Kibbles and Bits. That fake thing will come out, will tag Kibble. Kibble tagged from Shinwa, will die to Shinwa, and it's 2-2 all tied up. As well, we're gonna switch sides.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive round. As soon as the round started, that lockdown went down, the orbital strike came out to negate it, the Nightfall came out, Kibble stood their own on B site, there was aggression from Market, like, there was, yeah, I believe all 5 ultimates came out at some point during that round, except for the breaches. The Rolling Thunder did not come out.
I was so scared for Kibble in particular, too, because last remaining member, at least on the site, for B, with Bento and Mochi going down pretty quick, and then all of a sudden, you know, very quickly, Kibble's the last remaining member standing, able to clutch it too for his team. But all right, pistol round, second half. Sova Dart, not gonna ping anyone, but they do hear the shots, so let me see. Ooh, actually, Wallbang dinks Bento there. Stunned off, and we'll back up. And look at Haku here, making space into this tree. Sleep. Sleep finds 1, Sleep finds 2. Bento finds the trade back, finally onto Slightly Asleep, but 2 down as Haku finds Chalk. Haku making space. Haku flashes himself too. Oh, backs up. And Haku gonna be leading the charge here as main member of Team Kibbles and Bits now gonna go for the B, and because the Killjoy hasn't actually rotated full yet, Util's actually not gonna be able to spot them, but door closes, so they get the info.
I'm surprised they didn't destroy that alarm bot going forward. Now they know that they're all on site, or, well, I mean, there is the potential that they're in main, but I think they're gonna lead this more towards site than actually playing in main. So that surprised me a little bit.
Hey, look at Haku holding this market here as you're gonna see Flo actually get dinked from Wallbang dinked from Mochi. This Haku hasn't been spotted yet, so
Placing sentry.
Molly comes down. Now they're aware of Haku's position. Saikuda will find the trade onto Haku. As Sai now going to make space, entering 4 remaining 2 members of Team Let Us Cook. Sai caught very low. Trade's coming back.
One enemy remaining.
Everyone's getting tagged. Bento finds one. Mochi finds the last kill on the Shinhwa, though. It makes this 3-team in favor of Team Kibbles and Bits.
These rounds are really going back and forth. You never know what's going to happen until it's done. And the early damage from Slightly Asleep to Bento is negated by the fact that Bento is one of the last 2 alive and getting kills that are highly impactful for their team.
Alarm bot out.
That is
Placing swarm
unfortunate.
grenade.
that has to hurt when that
My
happens.
ult's not ready.
Absolutely. I liked what Team
Placing
Let Us,
swarm
or sorry,
grenade.
Team Kibbles and Bits were doing on the attack there, as you'll see Haku though. Once again, she's making her way towards that tree, trying to get that space for flank. Slightly Asleep finds Kibble, able to get out. Doesn't heal though, that's important. So Slightly Asleep now down to 19 health. As Haku can make space. Oh my god, she finds Sakuna and she knows where the position of the sleep. But she's caught! She's caught and Slightly Asleep will actually find Haku! But doesn't heal either again! Meanwhile, Bento in the mid, making space, 14 Kibbles and Bits. As Slightly Asleep, gonna peek out, will die finally to Share Bear. Gets a little bit of damage on the Share Bear though, as Share's down to 37 health.
Yeah,
you see Chalk still holding the tree as
real
well.
low now.
Yeah. Kibbles and Bits, Bento, and Share Bear. Not a lot of health to go between them. Mochi's still completely healthy. Only has a Sheriff, however. Oh, well, now picks up the Spectre.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. You were so
Chalk. Triple kill. Chalk. With the nice. They lined up. They lined up for Chalk.
Wow. It's great read by Chalk to be able to be in the correct spot, take the initial fight, get 2 off of the first couple of bullets, and then re-aggress for that third. That sometimes that can be a gamble just based on where you're swinging from, but had the upper hand, had the number of the health advantage and everything. That was really well played, and it's tied 3-3 here.
Oh, He's trying to make some space. He's dancing around the B entry, trying to get to the members of team. Let us cook the panic a little bit as Haku though finds Slightly Asleep in that mid little peek towards the cubby. And so very quickly now you see Team Kibbles and Bits now rotate towards the A, and there's not a single member of Team Let Us Cook on site. Saikuna's gonna be the first one there to at least try to hold, but smokes come out, neon stuns come out. Inside, waiting for the team.
Spike
should
planted.
be as now you see Team Let Us Cook now all rotating towards. Ooh, they're not doing a split here though. They're just gonna commit. It looks like all 4 to the rafter. They're gonna be tunneling out here, and look at Team Kibbles and Bits. All 5 getting space. Bento is gonna get spotted by right here. Sovadart is Kibble though hiding in dice. And Kibble runs out and Bento finds 2. Bento finds 3. Can Bento find the 4th? Bento finds a nice little 4K to make it 4-3 for Team Kibbles and Bits. And Jokels, like you said, back and forth quite literally.
It has literally been back and forth. 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. This is the most combative Swift play. Everything is going one team's direction, and then the next round it's like, hey, we're swinging it back the other way. That was great initial pick there, and then the fast lane to cross through mid and take A site. Really well done, and the post plan was phenomenal. And this last round going is going to be tight. Do we end up with a draw? Do we end up with a win for Kibbles and Bits?
Yeah, well, speaking of, Chalk actually has the operator. You're dead! Holding the mid. Kibble doesn't spotted Chalk. Meanwhile, Haku actually finds side with that nice little entry with the Phoenix ultimate. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Team Kibble and Bits off of that Killjoy ulti are going to make space onto this A site here. For members of Team Let Us Cook, Slightly Asleep burning, and Brimstone Molly Flow finds Kibble. First kill for Fade Dogs come out. Chamber gonna get caught out by that second Fade Dog. But look at team Kibbles and Bits. All three off site. Flo finds Sharebear. Flo finds a triple kill on the Haku. 4v2. Kibbles and Bits, they gotta go through this. Ooh, with the Brimstone ulti. Gets rid of Flo. I think the Flo has
One enemy remaining.
Slightly Sick finds one Mochi.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. And it's all tied up. Mochi gets a triple kill. Doesn't matter. 4-4.
Sudden death.
4-4 damage.
I just can't believe that. Oh my god, what a
I think
final
Chalk had like
round.
2 health as well. Like,
Yep.
I think he was down to quite literally a sliver and just stuck it. Oh my god.
Wow, what a game we had there. It had everything. Bento with a 4K, Chalk with a 3K, Mochi with a 3K, a Diffuse with 2 health.
Oh my word. Yeah, well, at the end of it, the back and forth ends in a draw, so both teams gonna get 1 point apiece. But again, once more, quite literally a back and forth game per round.
Honestly, I don't even know how to digest what just happened. Like that everybody had their impact. There was good flashpoints from Sharebear. I've got no words. That was just phenomenal. And to end it in a draw 4-4, as it was so back and forth, well played by both teams, and I'm excited to see how they play in the rest of this round robin.
Absolutely. Well, so we're gonna give it back to Brown here, I believe, and we'll see you guys for the next game.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lubu and Jokels. And hey, it's happened again. We have a tie game. I don't know if I thought this through when I was like, yeah, we can have ties. What if it goes to overtime a lot? We got to keep these games going. But, now I kind of wish these games just kept going because of how competitive they are. Like, the strategy that changes when they want to, when they have only 8 rounds to work with, it's just fascinating to me. So we've seen some wonderful games so far, Lubu and Jokels.
100%. I mean, yeah, just again the back and forth. I can't believe so many clutch plays too. We've seen a lot of multi kills, right? From everyone, like Chalk getting the nice little triple kill with the lineup there in the tree. Bento with the 4K. Even like Mochi at the end, despite losing the round, still got a triple kill too as well.
All right, well, we'll definitely see more of them in the later games. Once again, let's take a look at the schedule. So we've already had 2 ties. And even the second game was almost a tie, so who knows whether we'll go to our tiebreaker rules here. We'll have to see for these next 3 games. In the meantime, you're watching Brownie Val Swifty Showdown. We'll be right back. 3 games done, 3 games to go in the Brownie Val Swifty Showdown tournament, and it's presented by Community Gaming. Our next game coming up will be Team Soju versus Egg. And just a reminder that the tournament is indeed sponsored by Community Gaming, and if you want to be like these 4 teams that are playing, you have a chance to join another Community Gaming tournament. It's the Team Fingies Valorant Invitational on April 8th and April 9th. Get blinded by a new Team Fingies Invitational. Sign up by going to twitter.com/teamfingies. And it's sponsored by Community Gaming as well. $200 in the prize pool. Sign up by March 10th at 11:59. Alright, and welcome back in here to the broadcast booth. I'm going to throw it straight to Lou and Jokos, who's really excited for this upcoming game.
Absolutely. It's a very important game going ahead. Like you mentioned, it is Team Soju who had a draw in Game 1 against Team Egg, who lost Game 1. This could be the decider for who finishes 3rd, who finishes 4th, or even who climbs to 2nd. And honestly, I'm really excited to see how it pans out. Egg seem to be hitting their stride at the end of our Game 1 that we cast.
Absolutely. And, well, we also knew the map, too, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Breeze for this game. And Jokels, so Breeze, not in the current competitive rotation. If everyone remembers from the last act, Bind and Breeze no longer in the current rotation, at least for now. Maybe you might see it next episode or something like that. But Breeze, a map that I think if you're a Sentinel player, you probably didn't really like seeing Breeze unless you were a Chamber main before Chamber got nerfed to the ground and everything beyond.
Definitely. I definitely agree with you there. And because of that, I think I mean, realistically, you'd like to see a Cypher instead of a Killjoy. Sage is useful in certain situations, but not overly. Chamber, it's just not worth it anymore on Breeze. You can make it work, though.
You could make it work. If you're an op player, obviously, Chamber ulti, Tour de Force, get the free op. It's a large map, a lot of and speaking of, Cheeky's actually going to be hovering the Chamber, so might see a little bit of op play in that mid. But to piggyback of what you were saying, Sage useful in somewhat, but not really. Chamber same way, and actually Justify is going to lock in the Sage, so I don't think we're going to be seeing. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be picking a Cypher or a Killjoy on that matter.
Yeah, so never mind what I said. But I'm curious to see how Justin utilizes the Sage wall as well as the slows, because the entrances into site, yes, that B site is kind of slimmer, so the slow actually creates a slow field. But that entrance in from cave, it's a little bit wider, so you have to be more precise to actually impact the entry.
Absolutely, and you see Kevin going to be hovering. Oh, okay. So it looks like all the members of Teams Soju looks like they're going to be hovering Reyna, which means are we going to see a little bit of roulette? No, Kevin's going to be hovering to the Viper now. Okay, so Viper locks in, but are we going to see? Nope. So we're going to see actually a pretty classic setup on both teams for the most part, right? One Sentinel. Double Initiator is very common. Double Duelist if you're Team Soju with the Jet Reyna, which is the classic, just solo queue comp. What are your two duelists? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it works out, how these teams play off of each other in terms of their utility. Like I said, that Double Initiator, you have a Sova, very important for information, and this KO can negate a lot of impact that a Jet with knives can have, or that that Chamber Tour de Force. So it's going to be a little bit of back and forth, but I'm curious to see how it all works out. And thank you again to our wonderful observer Kiana and the wonderful observing they've done for the last 2 games, and I'm excited to see what we get here in this 3rd game.
Yeah, well, with 10 seconds left in the buy phase, you see Team Egg. Looks like they're going to be hitting the A side in pretty classic fashion. All 5A Viper wall being set up, but Look at Kevin here for Team Soju. Puts up their own Viper wall to deny at least an early entry, and other than that, Team Egg gonna rotate out from the A main towards the B.
Yeah, they definitely get the information that a Viper is there as the wall is thrown, and the KO 0-point knife actually tells them that the Jet is there too, so they're opting to go for that B hit. The Viper wall goes up, and they're ready to go.
Ooh, and here's the crazy thing too. It looks like Team Egg are just gonna take sight. Team Soju, they haven't really rotated fully. At least you still see Kirito and Kevin now starting to rotate as Cheeky's making space in the tunnel. But look at Vanster here, playing a little rat angle here on that Viper. As Sujin will fight Vanster, able to find Kirito, able to find Kirito, and he's gonna be able to back up. Gets tagged a little bit, but gets a nice little trade.
Healing.
Aloe Vera.
One enemy
Oh my
remaining.
god, and Kevin finds Vanster. Ooh, and Cheeky finds the last kill on the Justin Fly to secure round 1 for Team Soju.
What you really expect?
In a pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, and can we point out that that snake bite from Kevin at the very end was going to land directly on top of, I believe it was Kia at the end there for Team Egg, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, it was going to land right on top of them in that back corner, which is just how do you time that?
all I know then is just lineups, right? Lineups. They've practiced lineups in the past 100%, but 2 seconds left. Team Egg, undeterred, gonna go back to the A, at least for the start here, as you see Cheeky though for Team Soju. Gets a tag, TP's away, but gets the info. Kevin gets tagged from the Soju Jonas. Kirito will find Oki Caitlyn. Kevin gets rid of the Soba Dart, not before he gets pinged though. So Vanster unable to get the kill onto Vera.
One enemy remaining.
Sujin finds Justin Fly, and Cheeky finds Kia. And, well, Team Soju, 2-0.
Yeah, that was... Vanster had great positioning there, using the Viper wall to kind of get an advanced push up towards that yellow container on A site. But unfortunately, they whiff their shots and they're unable to garner anything for their team in that round. But utilizing that Viper wall can be tough, and they are doing it in ways that are beneficial. It's just a matter of getting the finish. And these next couple rounds are going to be very important, as are we going to see another 4-0 to start, or are they going to combat it?
Well, for Team Egg, it looks like they're just going to default here, at least for the moment, as all 5 members just taking space. You see Vanster making lead here into that hall. But definitely a different setup, at least to the start, for Team Egg. Cheeky for Team Soju holding the mid-nest. Trying to get some sort of info. Vanster's going to be walking up here. Look at Kirito, though, hiding from Vanster's own smoke. This timing! They look at each other, but Vanster finds the first kill on Kirito!
Oh my goodness. That timing on that. That was the Spider-Man meme in Valorant. It's you, it's you! No, it's me! Wow. And that's a big frag as they get Kirito and they're able to rotate off of it.
Oh, the Sujin finds the clone and Same Runner and able to get that frag on the rotation from Team Egg. But Team Egg, already 3 members pushing on the B side. Sujin's gonna make first contact here. Knife only finds the Sage, but Sage is planted, so not really gonna matter, at least for the moment. And ooh, look at Vanster playing the post-plant Molly lineup here. Caitlyn trying to make space, but Aloe Vera will find Oki Caitlyn to start this retake from Team Soju.
This is a great retake wall on the side of Team Soju here. It gives them so much space. And Justin gets one trick, gets another.
Good attempt. One enemy remaining.
Vanster finds Kevin! And it's a 1v2, just Aloe Vera!
It's just Aloe Vera, but then wait, that Molly actually doesn't hit Aloe Vera. It doesn't matter though. Vanster with a nice little triple kill and gives Team Egg their first win here as we enter round 4.
Yeah, that was very smart play from Team Egg there, getting that initial pick, rotating over, especially when Same Runner had such low health from the initial engagement they got over towards a cave. And that retake wall that Team Soju utilized for the front of sight, really great. It's just unfortunate they couldn't play around it more as the Viper went down relatively early.
Well, good stuff from Vanster with that nice little triple kill as you see now Team Egg once again going back to the roots. Gonna hit this A main. Again, see Kevin buying time with the Viper Molly. Nice little spray through the smoke. Not able to find anyone, however, is Team Egg. Looks like he was worried about the flank for the moment as the Silver Dart will come out. Aloe Vera, they'll find Same Runner.
Spike down A. You will not kill my life.
Justify will red Same Runner as Kevin tagged through the Viper smoke. Hasn't revealed their location yet as stage wall comes up. Viper will ulti has gone down. They haven't planted yet though, so a little bit of a late plan as Kevin will find OP Caitlyn through the smoke. Find
Spike
more
planted.
Kevin.
Same Runner gets traded out by the nade, and then Kia gets cheeky. It's a 3v3, and the flank from Kirito, though.
With the op, so not going to be able to provide much on the Vanster, and it doesn't matter. Justin Fly will be able to find Kirito, and Vanster finds Sujin. Good stuff from Team Egg. Tie it up at the half, 2-2.
Yeah, that was... It looked a little rough at the beginning as Aloe Vera was able to get that initial pick over towards Cave, but they got the wall up, the res, and then the Viper's pit, and everything just kind of domino tumbled from there as Kirito was going for a flank, but Justin Fly turned at the right time as they switched their weapon to the secondary and was able to clean it up. And that just kind of gave them the round right there. That was really well played as a post plant by the side of Team Egg.
Absolutely. Well, you know, with the half now, side swapped, reset the mental. You see Team Egg here. Going to be going for pretty scattered default setup. It's only Vanster on the B. It's going to throw that Viper Orb to deny any vision. Meanwhile, for Team Soju, also defaulting as well. So Kevin's going to make a couple shots towards the end of A hall and make some presence there. Kirito.
Nice damage.
Well.
That's good damage there by Same Runner onto the Reyna.
Ooh. There. Speaking of Reyna, Aloe Vera spots out Vanster. Vanster used his second to last Molly from the Viper as Same Runner gonna back up.
Toxin screen down.
Vanster here on the B.
This is a really interesting split they have. They broke the Sage Wall on A and made presence there. A great pick by Kevin to get it started. Are we gonna see it? Nope, we're just seeing a full hit.
That knife being broken. Wait, look at Kirito though. Kirito almost got timing there, but tagged Same Runner for a little bit, so a bit of damage traded, but neither die. Same Runner is low, only 20 health, so only one shot.
30 seconds left.
Down to 13 health as trades come around. Cheeky though finally finds Same Runner on that B tunnel. And it's just Vanster on B site. Vanster will die to Cheeky as well, and all of a sudden it's a 5v2.
5v2, yes, but look at the health on the side of Team Soju. They are very, very low. Oh my goodness.
Gets a couple of damage, is gonna run away and just cash the money out of the bank. Aloe Vera in the meanwhile gonna peek.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, finds one, but Kia finds the trade back. Everyone's Kevin's going for more. Kevin's going for more on the flank again, once more. As Kia's gonna make space, finds Sujin. Cheeky though, nice little triple kill ends the round. And now we have 2 in favor of Team Soju.
Yeah, I really saw the vision of what Kia was trying to do. They were all extremely low outside of Kirito, who I believe had about 70 health. But even still, I saw the vision. I saw what they were trying to do, and it was close to coming to fruition. All it took was one lucky shot or one swing, one missed swing, and it could have gone in the way of Team Egg. This is again, I cannot this is an important round, a very, very important round, and this is hard aggression from Team.
And Vanster finds Kirito! Oh my god, they're just putting it down. Sujin finds the trade back on the Vanster, but the remaining members of Team Mag, they're literally running it down A. Aloe Vera finds Justin Fly. Caitlyn gets tagged. Kia finds Shaky. Aloe Vera finds the trade back. Same runner finds Sujin. It's a 2v2 all of a sudden. Kevin will find Caitlyn. Now it's just same runner in 1v2. Now, granted, last 2 melee members, they are lit, but with only a stinger, not really the gun for this situation here.
Never doubt the stinger.
No, but Aloe Vera, though, with a nice little triple kill with the Bulldog, makes it 4-2 in favor of Team Soju.
That was a surprising round from Team Egg as they put that huge aggression over towards A main, and it worked out at the start, but I think that they over-aggressed. They could have pulled back out, pushed back on a site, made Team Soju have to think about their approach, and it didn't work out as well as the initial, but I like the aggressiveness and trying something new that they needed to try and get that round in.
Toxins going up. But you know what? Team Soju gonna make space onto the A here as Team Egg with that Viper wall will try to force them away. And this is kind of a mirror result of what we saw of I believe round 2 or actually no, round 1, right? Where the Viper walls on both sides of A cause the attackers to rotate now towards the mid.
And this lurk up hauls from Sujin could be highly impactful if they get all the way down. There's no util on the side of Team Egg to spot him out.
Look at Kaya though. Gets the dart. I don't believe that's actually gonna spot anyone as well. Kaya stop advanced to find Shaky. Kirito finds Justin Fly. Meanwhile,
Get out of my way!
as Kia's still stuck in the nest, and yeah, look at Kevin. Definitely knows where Kia is, and kind of stuck for the moment. As Sujin will find Caitlyn. Meanwhile, Ness gets the trade back though, and
30 seconds left.
no,
One
will
enemy
find
remaining.
Vanster. Kia finally goes down to Kevin, and it's a 3v1 now. It's just same runner left. He's only got 66 health.
Anything can happen, but it will be tough. The shots need to come through for Team Runner, and there's one. There's one.
There is indeed one. Kevin, though, playing the B tunnel. Crossfire here with Aloe Vera. Will spot out Aloe Vera, so Same Runner now knows the location of one. Can he find Kevin? No, Kevin will find Same Runner. Make it 5-2.
That was close to very bad timing on the side of Kevin, but it works out in Team Soju's favor there. They go at 5-2. So while they do win this game, this next round, again, is extremely important for Team Egg to bring this up, to get this round and bring their round differential a little closer to potentially getting that third seed. It's going to be a big game. Big round.
Absolutely. As we saw earlier for the previous two games, a bunch of ties, right? A bunch of ties. So these round wins are going to be very crucial to decide those tiebreakers.
I don't think Same Runner wants us to have seen that knife, but we did. And I am going to point that out. It does happen. But this aggression over towards 8, even with the Sage Wall, it's surprising.
Oh, look at that! Justin Fly unable to get a pick, though. Nice little Sage Wall peek. Get some damage down. It's going to get pushed back as Kudo taking space here for Team Soju. Here's Naruto, Justify by Kudo. Trades come back on the Same Runner and Justify, though. So now, very quickly, it's a 4v3.
Cheeky is very low, with 30 health left, but
Spike
take
planted.
starts to happen here for Team Egg.
Viper's pick goes down, and this is looking even harder to retake for Team Egg. But look at Kevin's positioning.
Trades go back and forth. 2v2 all of a sudden. Kevin gets
enemy remaining.
Okay, Kevin gets a triple kill on the Cheeky. It's a 1v1.
Oh, and Caitlyn knows where Kevin is. Gonna fake the defuse.
Oh. Kevin with the triple kill on the Caitlyn.
Win.
And that's gonna be it.
Team Soju picks up the W.
A great effort by Caitlyn in that final round, trying to bring their team up to that 5-3 finish. But wow, what a way to finish it off with Kevin getting that Viper's Pit. A great all-around game from him at 10-2 with the kill death. Aloe Vera had a great game, 10-4. That was just, again, Team Soju looked better than their first game as a whole. The team collective, the cohesiveness looked really good. I'm excited to see what other maps come out. I believe Team Soju has one more game left, so does Team Egg. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the round robin kind of finishes out. What do you think, Lubu?
Oh yeah, so with 2 games left, it's going to be really interesting. I can't do the math in my head just for the moment to figure out how these the points are going to be adding up here for the moment, but I mean, these next 2 games regardless are going to be incredibly crucial, right? Because Team Soju are going to be playing against Team Kibbles and Bits in the next game here, so more opportunity for Team Soju after getting that dub to build on that momentum, and you know, potentially we'll see them get for the second or the first bye.
Yeah, and a fun little fact, like with them playing Team Kibbles and Bits next for Team Soju, they actually are tied currently. So whoever wins that game actually finishes with a higher seed than the other team, and that'll be highly impactful on this round robin of like how the bracket finishes and how the playoffs look. And it'll be interesting to see how they play against each other too.
Absolutely. Well, with that, Jokels, it was a pleasure casting with you, but we're gonna give it back over to Brown here to see you guys next time for the next game.
Yeah, thank you to Lubu and Jokels. Let me give y'all actually a little bit of time to give some closing thoughts for yourselves, actually.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, Jokels, why don't you start? Is there a team that actually stands out to you as, like, I guess, the favorite, perhaps?
Ooh, I don't necessarily think there's a favorite, just because there's been so many close games. The round differential is going to come to play, and the way that they impact it. And I really think that in general, it's going to come down to for the round robin. I think they're the clear-cut favorites. Oh, I don't know. That's a really tough and loaded question. I
Right?
genuinely don't know at this point. What about you, Lubu?
Well, see, I gave you a loaded question. I can't even really answer it myself. The only thing I wanted to highlight was the fact that for all 4 teams, what I really liked from all 4 teams, you know, regardless of how the games played out so far, is the fact that the adaptation's there, right? If you lose we saw a 4-0 start on the game number 2, and all of a sudden they came back, even if they didn't win for, I believe it was Team Egg?
It was Team Egg, yes.
Yeah, it was Team Egg, right? Who came back. I mean, again, they didn't win the game, but showing that adaptation, able to club a couple rounds out, that's huge on team mental, and that's going to be even more important for tomorrow when we're going to start getting into those, full-on matches between all the teams.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that will pan out tomorrow.
All right, time to say goodbye. Thank you to Lubu and Jokos. I'll see you both tomorrow. Certainly will be very exciting. Everyone say goodbye to Lubu and Jokos.
It was a pleasure, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to cast, by the way, Brown. Really appreciate it.
Yes. First time caster, by the way. Lubu, right here. Did a great job. Can't wait to see more tomorrow. And Jokos, good as always, straight from the Canadian lands.
Appreciate it. Always a pleasure to be here.
All right, we'll bring it back to the turtle booth, as I like to call it. This is Browntel on hand. We're going to take a little break. The next 2 games will be the last 2 games of the day for both teams. And I want to add one more thing about the schedule. when you look at Soju and Kibbles and Bits, if they tie, Soju gets the first seed because of the tiebreaker for the rounds 1. So actually, them winning that last round was so important. If they didn't win that round, then if it's tied, then it'll come to a coin toss actually, which was fascinating. Anyways, that's a side note to point out. We'll take a break. We'll come back with our new set of casters for the last 2 games. You're watching Brownie Val Swifty Showdown. We'll be back soon. All right, 2 more games to go in Brownie Val Swifty Showdown. And this is going to be a very important one, as you saw a little earlier. Kibbles and Bits versus Team Soju is coming up soon. And the reason why it's important is because of this. You see Team Soju and Kibbles and Bits on the top of the leaderboard right now. If Team Soju wins or ties against Kibble and Bits, then Team Soju will get a direct path to the best of 3 grand finals tomorrow. But whoever wins the game, if Kibble and Bits wins, then they move on. So you can see the stakes here already. And if you like high stakes competition, then you should check out Community Gaming. And Community Gaming is a great place for y'all to sign up for grassroots tournaments, and it's supported by the Play to Learn Foundation. You can go sign up immediately at all of the tournaments available for various games. Just go to communitygaming.io to learn more. And if you want to join one of our friends' tournaments, you can go to the Team Fingies VALORANT Invitational. Get blinded by a new invitational hosted by your favorite Team Fingies. $200 prize pool, sponsored by Community Gaming. Just go to twitter.com/teamfingies for the sign up link. Okay, and welcome back to the broadcast booth. This is Browntoll, and I'm excited to introduce our next 2 casters. It's the one and only. Oh, it didn't update. No! Update. No. It says Lubu and Jokos. Those were our last casters.
I'm Lubu. Hello.
You're Lubu. Can you do your best Lubu and Jokos impersonations?
Oh shoot.
No. I was like on and off watching that stream just to get the info on our teams.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. This is right now.
Yes. We identity is not a joke, Jim.
I'm cool.
April Fools.
Oh damn. But hi everybody. I'm the Can Goose, the Canadian Goose, whatever you need or whatever you think at the time. And joining me is Zobi. How you doing?
Hello. I am back for my play-by-play casting debut in Brownie Val, at least, and you'll have the little analyst that you are now going to be 10 times better at, Goose. So I'm so excited for this match, just as Brown said, Team Soju versus Team Kibble and Bits. This is probably one of the highest stake matches of the day because it will determine who goes to the grand finals.
Oh, absolutely, because keep in mind that this is a round robin into a single elimination bracket. So whoever ends up getting the most points and ends up in the first place of the round robin half gets a free pass into grand finals. So it comes down to if Kibble and Bits wins, they get to go to the grand finals. However, if it is a tie or anything otherwise, it is going to go to Team Soju.
Exactly, and we are headed to Bind as our map of choice. We just saw Breeze, and you talked about how that wasn't in the map pool, but it was the map that they went to, and now we're headed to the other map, not in the pool, as we said, and we are right into Agent Select Goose, so I will let you go ahead and take over and analyze what these picks are.
Oh yeah, so Bind, of course, a very one-dimensional map in many ways. It forces your team to find a site and go for it. Yes, there are certain ways that you can utilize the teleporters in order to zap your way across the map, but they're very, very loud. It's very important that when you use them, it is a decisive decision, because if you wait in there, you're stuck. So automatically we are seeing the Cypher pick, an amazing pick for this map. So many weird little geometry bits that he can get his trips on and absolutely destroy people's days. We see the Neon, another great pick for this map. Her speed allows her to clear corners so effectively and gives so much information for her team. The Brimstone, of course, having his smokes be able to easily reach all 3 entry points, and having 3 at a time is always really, really nice for this map. So that way you can very quickly clear your corners, get your kills, stuff like that. We do see a hovering on Breach and Phoenix, which would bring Team Kibble to a lack of information. Meanwhile, on the other end, in the Sujin area, we have the Astra as the controller with a Sentinel, KJ, Raze, and Fade. Lots of information, lots of corner clearing potential, and that raise is going to make a huge impact every time they throw this nade. So many hallways here are so tight knit that those cluster grenades can absolutely ruin your day. You have the boom bot, which yes, it had a nerf down to 5 seconds, but it can still very effectively clear corners, and you can peek off it pretty much immediately. And bullets don't go through it all that well. So when that thing jumps, it's a flashbang.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's nothing I can really add. You were very in depth there, but I guess I can add some stats. Is that like Kibble on the Neon, not unexpected, you know, 280 hours on them and 1 game on Brimstone in their entire ranked career. I think the other thing I want to point out that you didn't touch on, Goose, was that we have no double agents. We have all 10 agents are unique to these teams, different team comps, as you said. Both do have the double duelist, single initiator, single smokes. And like the only information, like you said, is that Cypher on the side of Kibble and Bits, but we'll see how they use that Cypher camera. And of course, before we jump in, I just want to thank Kiana, our beautiful, our wonderful, our iconic observer, for the amazing work they've been doing and the work they're going to do for this game. As we jump right into this first round, we have that aggressive one-way smoke coming out of Cher, trying to peek off a Kibble, but it doesn't look like it's going to work as they're now forced back into main.
You can see a lot of these much slower takes, trying to clear corners and effectively take space. A lot of these Brimstone smokes are going to be the big slowdown because they last for so long and they're opaque, which means that when you enter, you can't see anything. So it is very difficult to smoke as characters like Omen and Astra. It is very difficult to find your way around as duelists. And honestly, as Neon, bunny hopping through that is not fun. We do see a little bit of chip damage on Kibble, but that's pretty much all that's happened here. A lot of slow movement happening. The lean towards A is massive. They've completely cut noise. Here we go. We're going to kick things off. Cheeky throwing their boombot towards Lamps, trying to clear things out. Not going all the way through. Oh, big molly.
Yep, and it basically doesn't work as Haku's just kind of denied it with that molly. And then now they're going to force their way
30 seconds
clear
left.
out bench as well. The smoke's now gone for a retake attempt, and now we have Aloe, you know, ready. And they instead are just going to rotate off that contact, showing that A site has completely been shut out, that attempt. But they're going to rotate right into the Cypher setup. Like you said, it can be detrimental, especially with these 15 seconds left. They're gonna get pinged out by the almost pinged out by the camera.
Left.
This trip is on play here, but the dink comes through almost immediately from Anissa.
One enemy
there,
remaining.
And just like that, only 4 seconds left on the clock.
Down.
Kyoto will not be able to recover the spike, even though they find the pick on Bento, and now they're just trying, hunting for picks, but it's Haku with the 4K to close out the round.
That was really well done from the defender side, Sojin. You could see that they have some really good protocols. Of course, the Neon moving out of Lamps actually served more than just the purpose of attempting to get kills. Being able to see, hey, there are 3 people A short. Focus that area once you molly off the shower area. And then immediately it was able to get so much information, so much value out of just one ability. So let's see what happens when we move into the second round. Take it away.
Yeah, they definitely, like you said, kind of waited. It looks like that's what they're doing here again. They do have that early, like, stun, obviously, coming out from Cher to deny any aggression. And, like, we can see both teams, obviously, the forces coming out here. And those duelists are just grouping up, getting ready to hit A main, but that one-way smoke is just once again stopping them. And even if they go through it, Kibble is waiting, which is why Cheeky's ready with this paint shell. Is going to maybe try and use it to get this entry started. And there it is, the double tackle in the side with the monkey backside. And the victim's going to be Cher, searching for another one. They're going to find Kibble, but Kibble dashed down out safety, but it's going to be Anissa as the victim because of that. And now Spike is down on site. Nobody there to recover it yet.
I have
other
the
than
spike.
Sujin. And the attempt just been stopped once again, Goose.
Oh yeah, that was so well done from Cheeky, and unfortunately, a lot of that ended up getting quashed by Bento sitting up and being able to kind of control the space using this marker. There weren't a whole lot of smokes for them to play off of. So Cheeky is currently kind of stranded in Lamps here as we move into the potential
30 seconds left.
Take or a potential rotate. We're gonna see what happens.
The issue is Spike is coming out of showers here, and they are going to be able to plant a triple here as Bent is going to be mollied out by that Killjoy util out of position, and now they've all grouped up towards triple. Deciding instead to maintain that U-Haul control, but it doesn't matter as Mochi at a CT is going to find and eliminate them, now leaving in a 2v2 situation, slightly favoring Team Soju given the health stat lines here and just the weapons, if you know that Bucky very coarse quarters. But now that they have that enemy they're trying to clear bench, and it's Susan for both 19 HP, but it doesn't matter, they walk away with the round, tying things up in this map.
Yeah, really good coordination there from oh, my apologies, I keep on mixing up the teams, it seems, but really good coordination from Team Sujin, able to take out 2 bodies immediately there. Sujin themselves being able to take the 2 out with the additional help from Cheeky, immediately tossing paint shells to force their opponents to move there. Because you're never going to accurately get shots. Like, your shots are going to be significantly less accurate the moment that there's utility in the air, especially when that utility is a raise nade. Because they can get so much value off of every single like every single one of those 4 little clusters. But oh, I gotta give the respect to Bathwater here with the Smite Phantom. I'm here for it.
Yep, showing up there in an OG, but it doesn't matter. Instead of heading towards A this time, they're kind of doing that split mid push. That Tyler's gonna clear out that first trip. Haku's gonna swing off the contact and is gonna dink Sujin, but ultimately doesn't finish off the kill. They do have that run it down the line if they opt to use it here, if they decide to go through with this B attempt. But so far, they haven't really exploded out of Garden or Hookah. And because of that, Kibbles on this quick flank. We'll see if the Killjoy util is able to detect it. But it's kind of far up here, and Cheeky's gonna fall back, possibly right into Kibble, and there it is. Kibble finds one, tries to dash out, and it looks like they will escape here. Cheeky trying to follow up with the pick, and it's gonna be Kevin as that first point of contact, knowing that they've fallen back completely onto that A site, which it looks like where the spike is here right now, Goose. But Haku finds one.
Look the lean. That's done. Ooh, there it is. And now that there are 2 there, going over to
30 seconds left.
To characters. Going over to Kibble and Sherbear, they are currently right in the thick of it. As the retake starts to happen, the start fight is gonna let Haku fall with the
last player standing. Spike down A.
So many angles to
10
clear.
seconds left.
Caught out. Sandwich finds one, looking for the next. They only have 7 seconds left though, and it's Kibble to finish it off, getting that ultra drive online for the next round if they need it.
Last round.
Yeah, really well done. I definitely applaud. I definitely applaud Team Kibble for that lean towards B. Just that full call out of like, hey, they've been trying on A, things haven't been working out all that well, and then immediately the rotate the moment that they hear that teleporter. A really great strat to see if you can like fake things with teleporters, but when you're against the Neon who can rotate in like 15 seconds flat, not even, it becomes very difficult to do that on this map because rotates are so telegraphed.
It does, yeah, completely. And because of that, it looks like they're not trying to have more of a like dynamic, or not more of a fixed site hit. They're having a little bit more dynamic of a play here with this default, and you can see Spike just hanging out Link, while you know Kevin, Blue Bathwater pushing up B long, while the rest of the team's kind of hanging out towards Shower. But Mochi this time has set up on the A site instead of B, where those smokes are positioned, and they're kind of starting to group up towards Goose.
Oh yeah, the lean towards B is gonna come out. There hasn't been any presence put on A quite yet. But shooting smokes, another one way, and it looks like there's a bit of a lurk going on.
It looks like Plu's trying to clear out that B site with that lurk that you talked about, while the smoke kind of just cracked, but it doesn't quite work like you said. Haku can just go for that kind of contact, and it won't matter though. I think they thought they caused enough sound to prompt some rotates, but it didn't
30
work.
seconds left.
Haku and Bento gonna be on site here, but they've been mollied out. They're just wasting util here. As there's only 20 seconds left on the clock, they're gonna have to commit to this B site.
Yep.
You want to
and
fight
with
it?
No picks, it is a 5v5 right now. They're gonna try and use this blue wall.
10 seconds left.
But overdrive just wreaking havoc. It finds Anissa, Aloe Vera, and the rotate through spawn, and those rotates over A. It's just didn't look like they were ready to hit that B site. It looked like they realized just a second too late they didn't have enough time to choose what site to go to, Goose.
Such a solid defensive round from Kibble there. I gotta hand it to them. They are so divisive with every single peak that they make. And going into the defensive side, I really hope that Team Sujin is going to be able to kind of mirror a little bit of that that like patient discipline that they were faced with. And I have to applaud Bento. Bento was able to hold off a lot of these short, like the short positions for teleporter. Having that one-way consistently up completely stomped any aggression, and the Cypher setups controlled the entirety of the match. Like, that was the pace. The moment that they saw Cypher util, they rotated. They didn't want to get caught up on
Cage triggered.
Yeah, they knew how to manage their, I want to call quote-unquote lack of information, even though they consistently weren't over-rotating, they consistently were on the right site when it was hit. Regardless, though, they have that information out of the fade here, and obviously we saw that Haunt go A main, it picked up a few because it was broken, but it doesn't matter as, you know, Clue Kevin is going to find the first pick up of Haku there, you know, one of their top frags in this map so far. We're going to have Kibble trying to dash in Frenzy, and it's going to catch Cheeky with that bomb bot out, while Bento also is able to finally get the trade off of Clue, and that's prompted an entire rotation over to that B side, but look, it's right into this Killjoy setup. We'll see if it's able to find any picks here, maybe to delay them, but they're still a minute on the clock as Bento's lurking, and it will get completely shut down by Nisa. Mochi also spotted out. It looks like Spike though. Exactly. Will go down even though they're basically at 0 HP over in that B site.
Really, really good plan.
Boy, getting started on dismantling this first plant that they have set up. The TPs do come through though, and like you said, there's that like dash from Kibble to rotate.
It's so fast. What an amazing shot. Frenzy is not the most consistent gun when it comes to accuracy. Look at this.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they have half. Kibble. Oh my lord, what an amazing usage of Neon, being able to just be everywhere at once. Oh, I love seeing how Neons are able to utilize that, because they were able to play so well off of Mochi there. You can tell that they're just in comms, like, wait, we peek on, like, we peek in 3, wait for 2 pips, wait for 2 pips, or whatever they're using for timing here. By the way, for anybody who does play online, instead of saying 3, 2, 1, say throw util on this timer. So that way everybody throws it at the same time. Just a quick tip for you.
Bro, I do that and then people are still late.
Oh my god, yeah.
Doesn't matter though, they have that coordination down, as you pointed out here. You know, Kibble and Bits is playing for this win. They know they can't tie here. And we have Mochi just kind of looks like trying to bait that there's more than only 2 people there here. And it's not gonna really work, other than forcing, you know, Clue Kevin out of Hookah to play with that judge below. If they jump out here, it's gonna be a massacre. Doesn't look like that's gonna happen though. That's what I said. They're gonna back, but not again. Kibble with the opening blood off of Cheeky. It's like a round 1 repeat here. Plant will go down, but it's gonna be 5v3. Now 5v3. Refusing to slow down. Anissa though, getting online, but gets shut down before it can even be used by Cher. Does bring it maybe to a closer chance at 3v2 situation, but obviously Kevin only has this judge to bridge this attempt. Is going to try and use that smoke to get up close and personal here with Cher probably in U-Haul playing those close quarters. We'll see if they're able to upgrade their weapon here. They're going to swing, try to get the wall bang. It does get them down to basically half health, but it doesn't quite work.
Last player standing.
Doesn't quite pan out. The clock is ticking. Blue. Last one standing. That Guardian just too much from Cubby. And 5-1.
That was...
They think they're better than us.
We're playing at all 10 rounds. So we are playing at all 10 rounds. That way they can
It's 8
get more
rounds.
wins and additional points.
It's 10.
8 rounds, sorry.
8 rounds. It's 8 rounds, and so basically, even no matter what happens here, Kibble and Bits moves on to the grand finals at this point. Because they can't tie anymore. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, so Team Soju will be in the semifinals. Kibble and Bits will be in the finals, but you know, they can have the satisfaction of, like you said, playing out the rounds, making sure that if the next team wins, that they can't get second place, right? Actually, wait, I lied to you guys. You know, Kibble must win the grand finals, and Team Soju wants to at least tie this, so that they have more of a leg up on the next team who could be contesting them in our game F.
So the more rounds that they win here, the further they're going to be into the higher half of the next set tomorrow.
Exactly. And they're getting off great. It started. Kirito Koi finally able to shut down this team paired with those frag grenades, getting the first blood, finally going in favor of Team Soju here. They have the Empress online though. They also want to use that post plant to maybe get some more offensive action here. Looks like that might be what they're planning to do, considering Koi is at half health. If they swung that right now, they'd catch them in their tablet.
Oh yeah. It's always so scary seeing those situations.
There it is!
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Blue, looking good.
They have the real and there it is!
Oh my god.
No!
Get off my spike, baby! Oh, they also have afterburner.
Already half though, and it's not enough. Just sprayed by 3 members. Can't escape that.
Absolutely not. Rolling Thunder is such a good tool for that, and hats off to Sujin for being able to deal with that. They have 2 players spraying the corner, and even with that slower rate of fire, having 2 rifles holding down an angle while you have 4 seconds to finish off the round, you're not repeaking that. You have to isolate every single fight individually, and when you're panicking trying to deny a spike defusal, it's not really gonna work here.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, like, Kevin, Blue Bathwater was really, like, divisive in taking away all the information that Kevin just had by taking out that Cypher that was playing hookah. No more camera, no more info. And once again, it's just Kibble leading the way at this A site. We'll see if Koi is able to shut them down once again, but it's going to with the first blood and Blue taking off that, running down offline, but Koi, like I said, will win the exchange once again in U-Haul, try and look for another and finds it before finally getting shut down by Cher. That flash going to go out as well, but Anissa Oliveira has that Empress online and has used it. The Cosmic Divide going to come in as a pairing to try and get this defuse going, but it doesn't look like they realize Cher's playing up close. They know Haku is bent. Crossfire comes out and it goes in favor of Team Soju. But that orbital strike going to contemporarily delay that defuse here. We're going to see that Molly also come out, just trying to play time here, trying to hold on.
That just hit Blue in the face.
Oh, and there it is. Playing off that Cosmic Divide beautifully. Did it? I couldn't tell. It looks like
no, Blue literally body blocked it. They were trying to get it on the spike, but that is going to be 5-3. It is going to go to the attacking side, which is Kibble in it's Kibble in Bits. And you'll just say Kibble and Friends. But Kibble and Bits taking that one 5-3. True, they do seem like they're all friends. And I gotta hand it to them. The coordination was there. Those takes for U-Haul and Lamps were so nice. Utilizing the breach stun with the neon utility, as well as something which I really like seeing. Using fast lane not as an aggressive, but as a passive smoke. What I mean by that is creating a lane that isn't splitting the whole site. They were using it only to get into U-Haul, because once you get U-Haul on that site, you have you can cut access to CT, you can kill the Heaven player, you can kill the back site player. Like tethered, if you tether or molly somebody in the back site, U-Haul free kill. If you smoke off CT, you can peek Heaven for free.
Yeah, and what was interesting there was when they did the fast lane into U-Haul, if they won U-Haul control, they essentially won the round. But when Koi was there and was able to eliminate that presence and they won that initial exchange, it did look like it would more went in favor of Team Soju. But as you can see, we now have the schedule and now the updated bracket here. Like I said, Kibble and Bits has 7 points. So even if Let Us Cook wins their game, it will still be 5-7. So it looks like Kibble and Bits will be going to the finals. There is still the semifinals up for grabs if Let Us Cook in our next map wins. If they tie, though, it will be Team Soju going to the semifinals instead. So this next game is going to be just a joy to watch. But before then, we are going to get some team interviews from both Kibble and Bits and Team Soju after a short break. So stick around and we'll be back with the...
Oh no, we're doing it now.
You lied to us. We said we would have a break.
Yeah,
oh my
the
gosh.
suits are giving us the interviews now. So hey, Kibble, it is lovely to see you. How you feeling? Going all the way to grand finals tomorrow.
It feels good. It feels good. I'm proud of my team.
Hell yeah. Now, I personally saw a lot of really good coordination on your side of the map. So, how much work do you put in with your team when it comes to site takes, and where does a lot of the inspiration come from? If you're willing to give that away.
Well, the prep that we decided to do for this game, we didn't really go over like real strats or anything like that. Basically this week we set up 2 days to play a whole bunch of games together. So we ran a whole bunch of Swift plays and just tried to establish like when we're in the situations, hey, Cher, let's you and me go down this way and send the other 3 this way. We always tried to make sure we were tradable. It was just always like the fundamentals. Make sure we're tradable and make sure we enter site at around the same times. Call your flashes, call your stuns. And I think we played enough together this week that we kind of knew what we were going to do on every map. We didn't really have to tell each other what to do. We kind of just played and had a fun time. It was really fun.
Hell yeah. So, are you ready for the grand finals tomorrow? Do you have like all your people ready and like raring to go?
I think we're gonna have a fun time. I think we're gonna do our best. And I hope we got all the nerves out today. I know during the games, like especially the first couple of games, my team and I were shaking. We were literally trembling. You could hear it when we were talking, and we were like, you could see it in our shots. I don't know, in that first game on Lotus, if you were watching us, some of us couldn't fire our guns, and and you could see our crosshairs shaking a little bit. But I think we got our nerves out. And you know, I'm excited for grand finals. I'm excited to see what my team can do, and I'm really proud of them for their performance today.
That's awesome. Now, I believe that Zobi had a few questions for you, so I will hand it off to her.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
So I know you were already talking about the grand finals and looking forward to tomorrow, but I first wanted to just ask, like, obviously going into this map, you knew you were tied for first against Team Soju. So you knew you had to win this game, considering Team Soju was 1 round ahead. So if you tied, it was still going to be Team Soju going to the finals.
Yes.
So kind of, how did that affect your strategy? How did that affect your gameplay going into the Swift play?
I honestly don't think it affected us too much. Our team had this mentality of like, whatever happens, happens. Let's just play. Let's have fun, and let's keep doing what we're doing because it's working. We talked about it, and you know, we kind of just let it out and be like, okay, let's. If we just need 1 more point than them, let's do it.
Mhm.
So you know, it didn't really get into our mental. It didn't affect. Oh, sorry.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
there is one more question that I have. Now, we're playing with an unconventional rule set, that being Swift play. So, sorry, there's somebody else speaking in the Val chat.
Yeah, that's why I paused talking.
Don't worry, they're talking about the game,
My bad.
not the interview. Continue.
It's all good. It's all good. Sorry about that. I was worried it was the suits, but we're playing with an unconventional rule set, that being Swift play. Now, what is the difference between your play styles in like a traditional competitive or tournament match versus this like Swift play tournament?
You know, that's a good question, because generally in a lot of Swift plays, I tend to just run it down. As a Neon player, like I'm gonna go in there. But playing with my team, I have to slow it down. I have to make sure I don't run too far, or else if I run too far, I'm not tradable. I think making sure in our minds that, you know, yes, it's Swift play, but we have to play every single round just like as if it was unrated. Every round counts, as we saw today. If we threw just 1 round, we wouldn't be first seed. So, yeah. Yeah, slowing down, especially me. My team knows how to play off me, and they go fast when I go fast. But just, I think my team communication was great, and I really appreciate them for calming when they needed to. And I don't know, I really like my team, and I'm glad I put them together in the same call. So yeah.
Hell yeah. That is amazing. And having a good team behind you, especially as the IGL or leader or a captain of a team, it's really amazing. But we are going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much for coming out, Kibble. Are we getting Soju in before we move on?
Thank you so much, and thank you to Brown for hosting me. Bye. Love you all.
See you later.
See you tomorrow.
You're doing
Grand
amazing.
finals.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right. Hello. So we have Soju. How do we pronounce your name before we get into this?
Just call me Sujin.
Sujin. Got it.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Well, hello.
Hello.
So you guys came into this game requiring a Not really a whole lot, because you have a decent seed in the bracket tomorrow already. I believe you were first place before this one. So
Yes.
knowing that you aren't going to be in the grand finals automatically, how are you guys preparing for tomorrow in order to push yourselves as far as you can?
I guess like our issue with today, we were just really just psyching ourselves out. We were all really nervous. I think it kind of just we kind of threw the last game because we were like we're going against really good people, but let's try our best. So we're just gonna try and hold like a stronger mantle. We had a pretty shaky one all 3 games. So I feel like we need to work on that more, and I think that will help us, possibly get into the grand finals.
Ooh, you know what? That's what I'm here to. That's what I'm here to hear. I love hearing that teams are trying to work together to improve themselves as they go. Now, when it comes to mentality, things can get quite difficult. Do you have any strategies to help bolster your team's mental?
I guess just don't focus on, I guess getting frags. Just enjoy the game. I feel like half of us weren't really. Some of us were starting to get a little tilted, and I could sense that within my team. So I was like, just have fun. I tried to have fun as best I could. Kind of didn't work out because, we were all just messing up. But yeah, just. Yeah, keep a positive mindset. Be like, we got this. Like, it's okay if we lose. Like, we can always come back better.
Yeah. And hey, you got another chance tomorrow. So
yes, we do.
Exactly. And speaking of chances tomorrow, I wanted to ask you, now that you've played today, you've played a few different maps, a few different team comps, obviously. And I know,
Yeah.
for example, like Koi played really strong on that jet on Icebox. I had the pleasure of casting that. So do you think kind of your performance today will kind of guide your map bans going into the brackets tomorrow, and how so?
I think it will, because we actually changed some of our comps like as soon as before we like went into some of the games. We were like, we're not sure if this is gonna actually work out, because some of us were not used to playing certain agents on some maps, and so I guess we might change our map bans, or might change more of our comps for different maps for tomorrow, just because I realized that like my team, they want to play what they want to play, and like I'm very competitive, so I had that mindset of we gotta have like smokes, we gotta have like this and that, like it's hard.
Well, thank you so much. And like we said, no matter what, your second chance tomorrow, obviously round robin just determines seeds. And depending on how this next match goes, like I said, if we see if we see Let Us Cook tie or lose this next map, you will be automatically the semifinals. Because if they win this map, you will be starting out, in that quarterfinals bracket against Egg, which you have, I believe, beaten before.
Yes.
So it'll just be kind of like a rematch of the century, kind of. And otherwise, we look forward to seeing where you end up in the bracket, and hopefully, like, seeing how you kind of learn from today and grow tomorrow in the playoffs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we're excited to see you tomorrow. We will see you later, but we are going to throw it back to Brownie in order to throw us in and prepare us for the next match.
Okay.
Yes, thanks so much. I just wanted to throw in some curveballs, It's all good. We're doing great. And that was a fantastic match, as we mentioned. Actually, let's just get the visual for the schedule so that we can all look at it and get our minds focused on what the situation is. So it is based off of points, right? Which means that, as mentioned earlier, if Egg wins, then Egg goes to the semifinals, and if Let Us Cook wins, they jump on top of Team Soju. Yes, that's how it works. Yeah, so wins are 3 points. Yeah, you can see that the bottom 3 is still very much in flux, but I don't know how I feel about the next game. I'm so nervous. I don't know if you all are nervous too, Zobi and Goose.
I'm excited.
I am too.
Yeah, this is gonna make for a fun little narrative here. Will Team Soju end up dropping another portion, or will they have the best shot they possibly can at this point when it comes to tomorrow's grand finals?
Yeah, I personally want to see a rematch between Kibble and Bits and Team Soju because towards the end of the game, when the pressure kind of was gone, like they knew they weren't going to the grand finals, they started like a streak of wins.
Yeah.
Like they went from like a few rounds. So I'm hoping we get to see that once their nerves are gone. And like Sujin said, they'll be playing agents they're comfortable with instead of agents that are more meta comp. So I think that'll help.
All right, we're going to take a quick short break before our last match of the day. You all are watching Brownie Val Swifty Showdown. We'll be right back. 5 down, 1 to go. This day has gone very swiftly, and it's been quite a showdown. And there's one more show to give you all here on twitch.tv/BrownToeStar. Looks like we're gonna cook some things. It's egg, and let us cook.
Oh
And
yeah, this
welcome
is gonna
back.
be one hell of a match for to close this out on, because Egg is currently fighting to see who they face in the first game of tomorrow, right?
Yeah, this
I
is
believe they're in a position where they're trying to decide as to whether or not they're going to be facing Let Us Cook and who else?
Team Soju.
Yes.
Yes. And they've lost against Team Soju, so it'll be a rematch there versus if they win against Let Us Cook, it'll be a rematch against the team they've beaten. So either way, it's going to be a rematch for them. It just depends if they are the underdogs or not in their playoff match tomorrow, right? So it definitely will be interesting to see kind of which story starts getting written.
So you see the schedule there on your screen, and after the last match is done, you all will see what the second day's playoff ladder will look like. So stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, to our casters, Zobi and Goose, take it away. I'll see you all on the other side.
Yes. And we are headed to Haven as our map pick for this final Swifty Showdown, as you can see here on the screen, where I believe Egg will be starting on the defense and Let Us Cook on the offense. I personally like the defense, Goose. You know, it's like a nice staple to get you started, especially because it feels like it's more defense-sided on this map, 3 sites. But obviously that's going to depend on the agents. But before that, what do you have to say about Haven?
Haven is a... it can be a very, very polarizing map, I'd say. The things that can happen in this map, especially with the paper-thin walls, when it comes from like you can spawn kill people pretty much instantly. So having characters like Sova, having characters like Raze, having characters like Fade, anybody who thrives in a tight space is going to be the must pick in this situation. And I do already see the Raze and KO being hovered, as well as that Sky. And those are perfect for this map because they dominate small rooms. Having things like flashes, the dog concuss, the EMP, the mollies, the nades. Like Boomy, despite getting horribly nerfed in this most latest patch, just decides, hey, you want garage? Here's garage. All you got to worry about is the window. And you can just toss paint shells up there. Like, Raze is so good at taking those small spaces, and once she gets out to the longer ones, her satchels allow her to get exactly where she wants to go, depending on the skill of the player. So Vanster on this Raze is going to be either a dominating force or could potentially slip into the shadows on the stat page here.
Speaking of shadows, Flo has locked in that into the shadows, which, like you said, closing space very fast
your
and important,
agent.
and that would allow them to get from that A to that C site really fast if they need to rotate or if they need to join the rest of their team for a retake. And my eyes, I think, are going to be on slightly asleep, because they were this Reyna on Icebox, and I feel like they didn't quite unlock their potential, which I think they're going to be able to do here, especially because they might be able to lurk up through one of those unchecked corners on the side of Egg, and it'll be interesting to see if they're able to take advantage of that.
Oh yeah, this is going to be interesting, because I also see the Astra on Justin Fly, which is always a strong pick when it comes to competitive games, because her utility within CC and smokes is so good. However, you do need the team coordination. So in a situation like this, where you're going to be able to get information with KO and then immediately punish with Astra, is going to be really, really important for this one. So let's see what we're going to be looking at here. Thank you to Kiana, for our lovely observer, for giving us all the best moments of the night so far, and all the ones to come in this game. So we're going to be seeing a bit of a KJ setup just to prevent lurks. I saw maybe a hover of an alarm bot in Windows, so they might actually leave this close point of contact open. And I gotta say, not a fan of going A first round. It is very predictable and very punishable, especially when you have a raise. Sewers is a death trap when it comes to raise. Going downhill against paint shells, not fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, Kaya's already spotted.
Like I said, Kaya's got the info that they were there and it's completely fallen back. Looks like that flash is going to try and clear away for Slightly Asleep, but it catches them instead, just barely. That 0 point coming in to try and clear out that window, but it's not quite enough as Vanster will be getting that nade off before finally getting shut down by Slightly. Chalk will be good for the plant, so we'll be get 5v4 retakes, but two players are at about half health if that shield does not come through. We are going to see Slightly Asleep overextend the CT, get shut down by Justin Fly, and now we have a rotation finally a little bit late out of the same runner, but now they've shown up and it's going to be OP at Caitlyn to get this retake started, finding Chalk. Justin Fly quickly follows up, finding Saikuna, and now they're already on a spike and the wall goes through, which is devastating on a pistol, takes way too long to break, and they are just sticking it.
Last player standing.
And defuse, and now first round going in the favor of Egg.
That was beautiful, beautiful coordination on the retake. You could see that they literally just didn't slow down once they grouped up. Flashes went out, 3 players out of CT, and they dropped their jet out of heaven. Perfect character to be clearing sites like that with her passive, one of the few in the game. Just being able to instantly clear your hell immediately, start looking towards long, which they had smoked with the Astra, and gotta say, whoever the IGL is, congrats. Whoever's making the calls right now, that was amazing.
This wall instead not being safe for retake has been put down from mid because of that 0 point presence, and because of that wall, they're guiding their attention towards Garage here. Leading the way is that Skydog slightly after it will catch same runner out with that flag grenade. They have taken C where Justin Fly backside paired with that paint shell has forced them back. Dancer able to punish with 1 there. Still a 4v4 situation, but they're kind of trapped here in Garage, and there's been a full rotate over to that C site. So if they go A right now, they will have an uncontested site. Let's see what they decide though with the Goose.
Absolutely, but using as much of the healing as they possibly can with the Sky. And a lot of this chip is really, really bad. Very little armor on the side of Flow.
And like I talked about, if they rotated fast enough, they would have had a free A site, but now they got Vanster over there in Heaven, which is exactly where we're seeing Shinwell head into there as they group up. We saw those two agents, Flow and Chalk, try to maintain a presence outside of Garage, and we still see that 0 point as well.
30 seconds
but I
left.
think they followed for it there, and you just saw spike down 20 seconds. Are they gonna have time?
No, that 2K I think just completely shut down the potential take for A site. That was absolutely beautiful from Vanster, able to just stay calm and drop 2. This is going to be a
10 seconds left.
Post plant.
1 enemy remaining.
Falling Chalk. Cover going down. The rest.
Able to find 1, but ultimately the double swing out of Caitlyn and Kaya is just too much. And you know, swift play, you know, plant money, pretty good here. And obviously they just need to stop this team from winning. They like obviously on the side of Egg. They just need a tie if they want to reface them in, you know, the lower semifinals. Versus if, you know, like we said, if Let Us Cook cooks too much and they win, they will be in those those lower finals to see who gets to face off against, you know, Kibble and Bits.
And something that is interesting that I found out about Swift Play is that you are able to do set plays significantly more often. You have significantly less conditioning time, but significantly more set plays. So you're able to do these like big site takes that are based on like gimmicks and mind games, compared to a more traditional set, which would be more based on your conditioning round-to-round play.
Speaking of big site plays, we saw a Garage scene split here that has kind of succeeded. They're on the site, but Showtime from Dancer coming out to try and shut it down. Justin Fly also finds one of their own, and we saw Flow trapped in that corner, but Shinwa fighting back has somehow tied things up. Still in favor of Egg here, looking at those health stats on Shinwa. Spike is down on default with both members backside, so this is going to be hard to recover here, especially because Kaya is swinging. Does get shut down, 12 HP. The heal's going to have to be exhausted here. 0 point going to confirm they are both CT here. No more heals, no more dash online for Kaya to get out if they decide to.
Last player
here.
standing.
Frag comes out, which allows them to find the pick. 26 HP. This is going to be tough.
One enemy remaining.
There was a chance there. There was a chance there. Hats off to Shinwa for holding ground there and trying to find the 2v1. Really good isolation on the first, but unfortunately taking that bullet was the closer there for them.
Yeah, they somehow still got them to half health. Like I thought, you know, if they flicked hard enough to that head, would have gone in their favor. So, but it's 3-0. They won this round.
Oh yeah. Now you see the op, right? We got a glass op on Kaya, full util, half armor, and an op. This could be a game changer. I don't think anybody is aware that they have it, and immediately they are going right back for more. Oh god. Oh god. No.
Sleep now, sleep forever. Flo is gonna finally shut them down, knowing that they didn't have that shield, obviously. But Justin Fly there to replace them immediately, and the rest of the team coming in as well. Fly coming out, and they shut down and get the res off on Kaya. It's now a 5v2. And they don't want to tie this. They want to win this on the side of Egg here, Goose. And it's probably going to rotate on the side of Let Us Cook.
This is a dangerous position because you're in this like 2v5 situation. You have to make plays, but everything that you give is such a big risk. You have to be willing to take a risk and take like a 2v1 and potentially hope that you win it. And without the flashes from Saika, that could be rough, but we see the group in mid potentially looking for a B site hold, but that turret is going to end up getting heard, and
30 seconds
shells
left.
are going right over where the plant spot is.
One enemy
Vanster,
remaining.
easy 2K to finish that round.
I was gonna say, we've seen Shinwa almost convert rounds where they were down 2 to 3 people. We saw it almost last round, but they didn't even get the chance to. They just tried to stick that spike, and all of they get the plant money. 4-0, they have to go perfect if they want to tie this. And like, even at this point, like, just like in the last map we casted, like, they needed to win this if they wanted to skip over, you know, facing off against them and going directly to face off in the lower finals. But now, like, it's gonna be a rematch no matter what happens for the rest of this game, Goose.
Oh yeah, this is.
We're gonna see a rematch tomorrow to start things off. We're gonna see Egg versus Let Us Cook. So we're gonna see if Let Us Cook has in fact learned, has in fact come from this match when they rematch Egg tomorrow. But we still have 4 rounds to go, so let's see what happens here, Goose.
I'm liking that KJ setup, like completely denying the center box. I'm seeing a potential 0 point hawk out of at a mid. Oh, that flew all the way to grass. I see. I like that.
Shinwa just barely made it into that corner. Chalk and there it is. They're caught off guard. They're trying to the angles. And C just completely taken over. That box isn't going to find anything. But there's a gap in the safe wall garage. Vanster knows those, trying to take advantage of it. And we're going to see, you know, Chunk making sure there's no flankers left. Flo getting ready with this line. Like I said, that gap in the wall is being taken advantage of on the side of Let Us Cook. And we're seeing Let Us Cook cooking on this half. 3v2 situation now in favor of them. They're working on it. There is
We're planning to belong here. Yeah. So this is going to be really, really rough for Egg if they want to retake this.
Yeah,
that's on. They're sticking.
Are they not gonna?
Go.
They were suppressed! Oh, I didn't even notice they were suppressed, and because of that, Saikuna able to get the 3K before that you know, Gravity Well came back online. 4-1. They're not going down without a fight, Goose.
Oh, absolutely not. This is going to be one hell of a final match because right now you want to get into your opponent's head before tomorrow, so that way they're scared of you. If you get somebody scared of you right before a match and you're able to keep them nervous, you have essentially won yourself 2 or 3 rounds. And in a situation like this where 5 rounds will win you the game, that's when things get interesting. So as we go, a ton of mid presence. I'll give it to you to give us the go and go.
They just loaded onto this B site at the immediately start of the round. You know, there is one person outside garage. That alarm bot is now getting destroyed. Shows their presence here as they're gonna try and attempt to retake, but that wall blocking off one access point. He's like gonna trying to destroy it to get a retake from that side. Started off of that dog. I don't know if it's gonna be able to clear out Dancer though up top, and it doesn't. The first point of contact is gonna be this backside aggression from Flo. Doesn't quite find a take that frag and to further deny any access to site. Sakuna though making a great kind of pick here on the backside, has his online and exhaust them while Flo finally makes their way into Rash. Flo already on the defuse and last player standing. Fly out of nowhere fighting back, but they're hit by the Seeker. They won't be able to hear the defuse. It's not happening. Shock is on it. I don't even know. One enemy remaining. Oh my gosh.
We're now 5-1 going into the third round of the second half. That is so well done. Oh my lord. That came so close, and what a play from Justin going for that right click stinger to just drop 2 players as they're grouping up near the spike. And what a hold, I gotta say. All the Astra utility, the one-way on it, as well as that that perfectly placed sage wall with the Astra smoke to prevent people from seeing it go up.
You find it?
And oh, here we go, the classic take and the point.
Okay. There's the press.
Through your KJ util.
Yeah, if it comes back online while they've like fallen back to the CT, they might be able to use it post plant. But for now, there it is, trying to deny any backside visibility from Vanster. We're gonna see that heal also come back before this attempt through the Cosmic Divide goes out. Cosmic Divide has fallen. Same with that save wall now being broken here. 5-on-4. Do they do have the res online if they need it as a backup plan? But they are holding so many crossfires. But it's gonna be Garage Presence just dismantling them. Flo, Chalk, and Sakuna each finding one of their own. And now Caitlin's just left blinded on that side. And once again, Justin Fly, you still left, and that's it. And it doesn't even hit. They're still on the side.
Can you talk about the fact that they got hit with the 0 point? They got hit with the 0 point, telling Sakuna that they were there because it's very clearly not on a wall. Because it gets whenever it hits a player, it'll go into like a 90-degree turn essentially, and it allows you to be like, oh wait, no, someone's there. That like my line isn't there. Why didn't it hit a wall? So Sakuna immediately spraying it as well. So a really interesting interaction at the end there.
I feel like the last 2 rounds that
Get out of my way!
The only 2 rounds that let us pick up one have been Justin Fly relying too much on that post-plant util, which obviously KO's taken out of the picture. And I wonder if they'll take that into the rounds tomorrow in that rematch against them. But regardless, this is the last round, Goose, and it looks like they are headed towards a full A hit. Only one person. Exactly. The showstopper goes in to try and bring those numbers down, and it looks like it will miss Sakuna, who instead finds one down, and it's just chaos. One enemy remaining in favor of
attackers win
the map, or the round. But as we said, Egg takes the map, but that just basically means that Let Us Cook will not be able to skip the rematch against Egg. They will have to do that.
Oh yeah. So I do wonder, this is gonna be interesting because when we get them in for the interview, we can ask them how they are going to prepare for tomorrow, because knowing that they have to play each other again, and knowing that they have Vanster, Justin Fly, Sakuna being these absolutely like dominant fraggers on the map, I wonder. Oh, I think this map absolutely is going to get banned. And there's probably going to be a slightly more... I'd imagine Chalk is going to have to step it up if they're going to want to play KO again, because... Or, sorry, not Chalk, but Same Runner. Oh, wait, no. Same Runner's 0 points were on point. They had 4 assists in an 8-round game.
It was disabled, like, every round on Same.
Yeah, no. It was it clinched multiple rounds. I'm just like seeing it and it's like ACS 66. Oh wait, they have 4 assists. so many flashes, so many 0 points landing, and their mollies were really, really great. And Chalk is probably going to have to find a few lineups in the available maps that they are going to be looking for tomorrow to try and maximize the value that they can get out of that. Because right now, KO in this meta is so important because utility is everything when it comes to some of these maps, especially Haven, where things like raise nades, like paint shells, can shut down a push instantly. And
Yeah,
if
and
you take that away, here, go ahead.
Sorry, go for it. You can finish your thought really fast because I was gonna transition us.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, paint shells, amazing. If you take out paint shells, the round becomes a lot more difficult for the raise, you know. And somebody like Vanster, who's able to carry a game, if you're able to shut them down properly, things will go a lot easier. But I do believe we have somebody here.
Speaking of Vanster, we have Vanster on the line for Team Egg. And I just want to ask you, Vanster, you know, looking at the stat lines, this was your team's first win, I believe. Is that in the group stage? Is that correct?
Yeah, that was our first win.
And how does that feel? You know, like obviously you're gonna have to do a rematch tomorrow, but it's good for the morale, right? It's shown you kind of like what this team is gonna be like tomorrow. What else kind of have you taken away from today that you'll bring into your playoffs tomorrow? Because you're the underdogs. I'm rooting for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing is, I think at least half this game, if not more, is just based off mental. You lose your mental, that's when the games start to go downhill. So even after the first 2 losses, and even when we were down in the first 2 games, we kept, you know, all of us stayed positive, and we just kept playing and trying to switch up where we could and adjust where we can to win the games. And it really showed in the last game after we stayed positive. It was a lot of good vibes in that last game after we had the hot start.
And speaking of that game, you looked dominant against Let Us Cook, who was like a pretty like good runner in the first few maps. And so like what do you think kind of changed other than the mental going into that last map? And like how can you ensure that you have that same kind of strategy going into tomorrow?
So the first 2 games I played full support agents, which I guess is what I'm used to when I play competitive. But I straight up just asked the team if I could play duelist for the last game because I think we were playing a bit slow paced and overthinking the first couple games. So I wanted to play fast paced since I mean I am the one calling the plays for the team and the IGL technically. So I wanted to go fast paced. So I decided to hop on the raise and I think it worked well.
Yes, you definitely were the entry. I'll go ahead and hand it to Goose for any questions you have.
Yeah, well, I just got to congratulate you, like ending with an ACS of 163, a beautiful KDA, 2 first bloods, tied for the highest on the map with Kaya and Slightly Asleep, as well as one of the only diffuses on your team. So you were a dominant force throughout every single round. You were able to get a lot of value here and there. And what is it about playing Raze as a duelist that allowed you to really like bolster your team's mental and allow you guys to keep on pushing forward?
So I think I mean the reason behind the Raze is of course we wanted to go fast paced, but I also wanted to get in their faces. I feel like if I can go in first and kind of lead the way for the team to follow up behind me, at least get my trades, then it's kind of a more of a sense of direction for everybody to follow on the team as a whole.
Ooh, yeah. And what kind of do you guys feel like you're going to be doing any prep for tomorrow? Because there were a few things that were working really, really well in this game. Are you going to be carrying that into the later games of tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow is unrated games, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think well from today, I kind of want to bring from the last game the fast-paced energy we had compared to the first 2 games where we tended to play really slow. I want to speed up the pace 100% tomorrow in our games.
All right, sounds good.
I want to try to see myself more on duelist tomorrow versus support agents, and we're probably going to change up some comps as well, but we're excited. The mentals are high.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear because what I'm smelling is potentially a bit of a Cinderella story, getting a bit of a boot on your neck, but you have just found your handhold, and you might be able to pull yourself up this mountain. So, you never know. You could be playing all day tomorrow.
It's valid, very valid. You know, like I said, I live for the underdogs, and we will be rooting for you from the casting desk, obviously unbiasedly as casters. But yeah, I think because I think we still have the time for one more question. Just you talked about, you know, you're gonna try and be continuing to play that duelist and continuing to like try and change some team comps. What agents do you think you're gonna play on some of these maps going into tomorrow? Obviously, not leaking the information for other teams, but do you think you're gonna stick with the Raze, or what other agents do you think has the same potential, has that same kind of IGL impact that you had on Haven today?
So I think probably for about half the maps, I'm still gonna play support. I'm gonna play. I know I'm the one good Viper or the best Viper on the team. So for maps like Icebox and Breeze, I'm gonna stick on the Viper as well. I might play Sentinel on a couple of maps, but if I do play Duelist, it's going to be back to the Raze. That's the one I would probably stick to.
Definitely a showstopper, both in that ultimate and just in overall. So yeah, we will let you go. We won't keep you all night, so you can get a good sleep, some practice maybe in last minute, and we will see you tomorrow.
Hey, Chris, thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful night.
You as well. And now, Goose, I will let you lead the next interview, but we're headed over to Let Us Cook, and I believe we are headed to Shane. We'll double check that, but we'll get ready for this transition.
Absolutely.
Very shortly.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
Sorry, guys. My internet died as soon as the round ended.
Great
It's all
timing.
good.
The game.
All right, so Shinwa, or yeah, I believe you were you were Shinwa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So, if I am not wrong, you were the IGL for Let Us Cook, right?
Oh no! Where did that assumption come from?
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, you're just the rep.
Lord.
Oh no.
They're the killjoy.
Yeah, I'm
They're
just
the
the rep,
staple, the
man.
foundation.
Yeah, I'm just the rep. They threw me under the bus, unfortunately. But no, I'm the one with balls here. I'm sorry.
You know, we are so happy to be talking to you because I am a Killjoy main, and I want to talk about your performance on Haven. Unless Goose, you have a question first, but
No, I'm here for it. Go right ahead.
yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we were hyping up all of your Killjoy setups and then crying probably with you when we saw, you know, Runner just shut them down with that 0 point.
Yeah.
If we see you on Killjoy again, are we gonna have more of those amazing setups? And how do you think you're gonna try and play Killjoy as an agent differently if you stay on her? I know, I don't know what other agents you play, but how do you think you're gonna take the knowledge from today's game into tomorrow's playoffs?
For sure, I'm gonna try. Most of my setups are textbook, but I'm gonna try and like make something more decisions on to make it more unpredictable, especially with that pesky alarm bot, because everyone knows where you put those alarm bots.
Oh, absolutely. So, how are you guys feeling? Because you have a really difficult bracket tomorrow, but seeing as how you guys were able to join and create some absolutely amazing plays, how are you going to be bringing that into tomorrow's game? Like, are you going to be moving into a different play style, or are you going to try to bolster what you already have?
For right now, I think it's just trying to up the team synergy right now, because I'm not sure if it's obvious, but we're all over the place. But we're getting the hang of it. We've been doing really good, and I think it's just kind of our team communication that's been helping us like win. Like all of our team we're all team players. I trust in my team that they can do their best they can.
And obviously tomorrow you're going to be having a rematch against Egg, the team you just lost to, and that's how your journey in the playoffs will start. Do you think you're gonna ban Haven outright, or do you think you've learned enough? I know you guys were picking up momentum towards the end of the game to keep it in the pool, or like what are you basically taking away from this game that you think is gonna help you beat Egg tomorrow so you don't have the same outcome from the game today?
That's tough. team map bans are honestly just kind of like a team discussion, but we'll see how we review our plays from today and how we can improve for tomorrow.
All right. Well, we will wrap things up there. But are there any last words that you want to get up before we call it for the night?
No, I think I'm pretty good, but I think on behalf of my team, all we can say really is let us cook. Let us cook.
And that you are. We cannot wait to see you in the playoffs tomorrow. You know, you may be starting from the bottom, but you can get to those grand finals. Every team has that second chance. Today was just, you know, you cooking, like you said.
Oh
Yeah, we cooking, we
Getting that
cooking.
info.
You're cooking. So yeah, have a great night, and thank you so much, even with your Wi-Fi down, coming on for this interview, and we will see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Awesome. We'll see you very, very soon. And
bye, guys.
thank you guys so much for everything. The chat was absolutely insane today. People cheering on all their teams and just spreading the love, and that's what we love to see here. Zobi, where can we find you on the internet?
Oh my god, where can you find me on the internet? You know, I am an amateur streamer at twitch.tv/Zobi, but I appreciate all the support on Twitter at Zobi with 5 eyes, because 3 was taken. Don't ask me why. Because, you know, I like to get that networking going, Goose. How about you?
Yeah, you can find me at goose_CP on Twitter, or can_goose on Twitch. But yeah, I'm just a funny little variety streamer and caster. You might see me at Atlas Esports doing some CSGO or multiverses or anything that is currently big in esports right now. Or you can find me on my own channel streaming D&D pretty much every Tuesday at around 7 p.m. EST. So if you're into that, come check us out.
Yep.
Otherwise,
well, exactly. Thank you so much, Goose, for being my codecaster for today. And just a reminder, you can use !schedule or !bracket to see kind of an updated version of the information we've gone over for tomorrow. And our job here is done, Goose. So we're going to go ahead and hand it over to our wonderful host, Brown, to go ahead and close this out. Have a good night.
All right, thanks so much. Everyone say goodbye to Zobi and Goose, wonderful PNGs. And I'll see you two tomorrow. Oh, I'll see Zobi tomorrow. Yeah. Goose was our fill-in real quick. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity, Goose. You did great.
No problem.
Thanks. Cast.
We need to get you some more Valo experience, and you'll be a great Valo caster, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
So hope we can see you around. So thank you. Everyone say thank you to Goose for filling in. And then Zobi, we'll see you tomorrow. Very exciting.
Good night.
Right, we'll see you later.
All right. And welcome back to the Turtle Booth. It is me, Brown Toll. And now let's go ahead and take a look at the new schedule screen right here. So it's been updated. You saw the results earlier with the point system. And this is what day 2 is going to look like. This is official. So when we take a look at the stuff here, with the standings, Kibbles and Bits, they ended up going 2 wins with 1 tie for 7 points. Team Soju, 1 win, 1 loss, 1 tie for 4 points. Team Egg, 1 win, 2 losses for 3 points. And then Tomo with the 2 ties and 1 loss. 2 ties is very impressive. You can say that Team Let Us Cook was very, very balanced. In any case, this is how the bracket has turned out. You can use !bracket to see it on Community Gaming as well as the detailed bracket. And it's going to be Egg versus Let Us Cook for the first game tomorrow at 3:15 Pacific. Then it will be the winner will face Team Soju at 4:30 Pacific. And the winner of that game will play in the grand finals where Kibbles and Bits are waiting to see who their opponent are. That will be at 6 p.m. Pacific. So we'll be back here at 3 p.m. Pacific for lots of fun, and I hope these teams are very excited. For the players, this information will also be posted in the tournament Discord, so look forward to that. And I just want to give a thank you to Community Gaming. Of course, Community Gaming is the one that made it possible to give us the prize pool. A nice little bonus for the team that wins the grand finals, a $50 prize pool. 4 teams fighting over $50 should be a lot of fun. But you can also look at other tournaments of all sorts of games on communitygaming.io. Check it out. Lots of different tournaments you can sign up for, including the one for Team Fingies, the Team Fingies VALORANT Invitational. Get blinded by this new invitational coming in hot by Team Fingies, happening on April 8th and April 9th, and the prize of $200 sponsored by Community Gaming. So if you think you can play just as good, if not better, than these teams in this Community Gaming tournament, then why don't you take your shot at another one over with Team Fingies. Just go to twitter.com/TeamFingies for the sign-up information. And I want to thank everyone else that helped out in the stream. You see the credits over here with the teams, as well as the commentators. You saw 4 of the commentators today. We'll see Justin tomorrow, one of my wonderful duo analysts there. And we saw our observers as well. Thank you to those admins and mods. Everyone here is a wonderful person that made this tournament possible. Alright, so that's going to be it for us at Brownie Val. Thank you to everyone that helped out as well as supported the stream. Stay tuned for the raid to Call Me Kibble, who is a player on Kibbles and Bits, to see what he's streaming. And for all of us here in Brownie Val, I want to say thank you and good night. Full 8 rounds of Swift play, so just keep that in mind.
Oh my god. I don't know with the flank.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but Barbara Wilson managed to shake things up over here.
The spin cycle, I think. Okay, here it comes. Oh!
Welcome everybody to the grand final.
The reload whiff. However, Shumami with a massive quadruple.
Looks like it's going to be an A execute, and this Guardian pick is going to pay off.
One more round.
He wants. Oh my god!
Souls, but now they're down by 1 player. Toda finds smokes. 3K on the round. Going for them right now. 1 versus 2.
They're everywhere. Look at that distraction. Oh, the spray! Oh my goodness, the spray. I don't think this is enough though. We'll have to see. Adoru. Oh!